mountain tonight. Yes, it's cold on the mountain tonight, and we need someone to save us. We need someone who's ready for a fight. Onward through the blizzard they do ride. Onward through the blizzard they do ride. With bread and butter and faithful hounds beside. The faithful folks of 10 towns they defend, and the rotten folks of 10 towns they offend. With flaming sword and staff and dart they'll pierce the veil, strike at the heart of the rill. Forces they do not know they are heard. The forces they do not know they are watched. All the lonesome cry of forgotten beasts will save us all or be a feast for winter. Okay. Yeah, that's a good starting place. Rough draft, Everybody's a Mimic theme song, Rime of the Frostmaiden. Take one. You're going to forget. It's cold on the mountain tonight. Yes, it's cold on the mountain tonight, and we need someone to save us. We need someone who's ready for a fight. Onward through the blizzard they do ride. Onward through the blizzard they do ride. With bread and butter and faithful hounds beside.
Howdy, listeners out there, if you are out there. We are Everybody's a Mimic, an actual play D&D 5th edition podcast webcast playing Icewind Dale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. I am your host and game dungeon something master, Corey. And I am joined by hopefully all of our players later on today, but at this time when we're starting, we have 3 of our players. First up is Rosemary, who is played by the wonderful...
Ray. I am here.
Excellent. Next up, we have Del Nadre, played by the dashing
Blake.
And finally, Bitte, everyone's lovable giant, is played by
Carson,
who is also a lovable giant, if you'll ever get to meet him in person.
This is true.
Hopefully this will be a situation where you meet him in person and he knows that you're supposed to be meeting him in person. Anywho, we are gonna kick off.
I like surprises.
Yeah, we're gonna kick off our session 15 of Everybody's a Mimic. We are almost a year, actually, I would say this. I think all I know is that last year we started in the middle, right before the winter storm, and it was very fitting for our journey into Icewind Dale. And I lost power on the first stream because of the snowstorm. So,
I think we determined it's next week.
Next week. Yeah, excellent.
7 days.
7 days away. So the next time we
still
will
out.
have passed our 1 year.
And we got another snowstorm in Texas this weekend, so we're coming full circle.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of scary. I think it's probably because we started this webcast that Texas is experiencing all of this cold weather.
Yeah, we are directly causing climate change by making a podcast.
Exactly. I mean, there is an argument there that says we are contributing to it, yes.
Did I mention that I became a warlock of Oral?
In real life.
I was gonna say, like, just real life.
Yeah, just in real life. So, we're gonna start.
I've just been super casually undermining bits of infrastructure here and there.
We're gonna start off today's stream with a few questions instead of our one-liners. Now that we've shifted into Chapter 2 of Icewind Dale's Rime and the Frostmaiden, we are gonna change up our questions that we start each session with. And so today's session, as I just revealed to our players not but 5 minutes ago, is they are going to guess choose their character's favorite video game if video games existed in the D&D universe. And so let's go in opposite order that I introduced you guys. Bitte, you are first up in the block. What would be your character's favorite video game?
So I feel like the initial answer would be Breath of the Wild, because boy loves him some wild, loves him some exploration.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then what I think would actually be the one that he would later find out about and just lose hours and hours on is just Stardew Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Valley. He lives in a pretty high stakes but empty world, and so having something that is chill and low pressure would really zen him out.
Good answer.
Someone pouring water in the background.
I am pouring whiskey, not water.
Ah.
I didn't know.
Sorry, I was peeing.
Well, you didn't hear the Coca-Cola being poured, but I haven't opened another Coke yet, so that's good. All right, next up, Del Nadre. What would be his favorite in-game video game?
I gotta say, probably like the Assassin's Creed series, just because something involving a lot of like sneaking and plot uncovering would just really appeal to our boy.
Yeah. That's good. And there's so many to choose from too, so you can get a lot of good research throughout the years and how the various ways to spot thieves has been improved upon. Last but not least, Rosemary. What would be her favorite video game?
So this question kickstarted like suppressed memories of playing Miss Spider's Tea Party on the original PlayStation. So I like that just for the fact that like I think you get to play as Miss Spider. I can't remember, but Miss Spider is just like a abomination of like polygons in the shape of a spider. But I also think that she'd probably get a kick out of like Okami.
Mm-hmm.
It's like running around as a wolf, like painting on things.
Does Rosemary have a love of art?
I haven't thought about it yet, but I think you use like the paintbrush to like revitalize nature and stuff. At least if I'm remembering right.
It's true. Yeah. Good answers all around. Good answers. Well, I would definitely have to say that my Dungeon Master's favorite game would likely be Icewind Dale.
It's not a video game.
Well, yeah.
Because
You cheap bastard.
yeah. 6th. So let us get started with a quick.
Let's
recap.
go down a list of every NPC character we've encountered so far and what their
And what
favorite
their
video game would be.
Exactly.
No, we'll have to save that for one of our holiday episodes where we just go.
We
back
haven't figured out Bree's favorite video game. I'm kidding.
It's true.
It's just a 3-hour stream of Corey just sitting there reading off character names and the video game title.
Yeah.
It's Minecraft. She just punches trees.
That's a good one. That's
Absolutely.
That's canon right there. So, last session, our party wrapped up the happenings, the machinations by some of the mercenaries in. Oh my God, I am blanking on the name of that town. It's not Bremen. It's not
Tourmaline.
Yeah, Tourmaline. And you guys, after making sure that the speaker's position at this time wasn't in threat of any outside influence, if the people wanted to change their speaker, it's nothing against what you guys want to do, but you want to make sure. So far, it seems like you guys have wanted to make sure that there's free and fair elections all throughout 10 towns. I didn't know we were playing a political game, but it has definitely appeared that way quite often. And you guys traveled out to Bryn Shander, hunting down clues and rumors regarding a cabin in the woods or in the tundra that you guys had scryed upon when you were in the Kalistar or the Kalistar tomb there in fighting with the Frost Druid. You guys had followed the ritual to activate the brazier, sorry, and were able to scry upon a person that had information regarding the slod that has currently found itself impregnating Levi's belly. So you've made your way to Bryn Shander. You did arrive rather late, and after taking a look at the North Look, you determined that you were going to go and find someplace else to stay. You tried the House of the Morning Lord, the local shrine to Amontor, god of light and rebirth, but they were looking for a gnome named Copper, who supposedly had information regarding the cabin in the woods. And you were turned away by the shrine's the temple master Mishan. Two of our party members then made their way to the Wounded Rogue, a rather affordable and rowdy inn/tavern in Bryn Shander, while two of the other party members kind of went off on their own. Bitte.
You say that like everyone didn't go off on their own except Rosemary, who went to the inn that we said we were going to go to.
Yeah, the only person who went where they were supposed to.
No, Levi went there. Did Levi not? I'm pretty sure Levi went there to go and get a. Oh, did he go to the North Look?
I think he went back to the North Look to go cause
He went back
to go fight.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, eventually, as we're going to kick off this in the morning. We'll have to sit. Well, actually, yeah. We'll have to determine how that all turned out whenever Levi comes on stream, or we'll have to roll for him and see how it all turned out. But yeah, so that would mean that this party has split themselves up. So it is the morning now. Sorry, go back a little bit more. Bitte, you had knocked on the back door of the town hall, opened it up, and I believe you had asked for a warm bed.
Yes.
Yes.
Warm bed for a weary traveler.
Exactly.
Hey, look at that memory.
And you were pulled in you were pulled in roughly and quickly by a woman's hand, who shut the door behind you. And finally, Del Nadre, you went walking along the streets searching for that old beggar lady. And you were also pulled into her house late at night. And so it is early morning now, although it's hard to tell that it is the early morning as the skies are so overcast and gray that it is only slightly less dark than it was a few hours. The sun coming up over the clouded skies of Icewind Dale, and the people only barely being aware of it. There's a woman now who sits on the edge of the bed, staring out the window, It is dark, the wee early hours of the morning. Very few townsfolk in a town as large as Bryn Shander are up this morning. Whereas normally at this time of the year, the people would be up and about, preparing for the influx of daily travelers and merchants who come to trade in this hub of 10 towns. Now, the everlasting winter has tapered those numbers off to just a small dribble of newcomers and inflow of people into the town. And nobody is coming in the early hours when the cold temperatures are at their worst. So very few people are up at this time. This woman stares out the window and just lets out a heavy sigh. I never expected 2 years of this. And for this all to happen so quickly after my father's death, it has been a difficult time. She reaches back and touches the large, burly hand of Bitte, who currently who's currently laying down in the bed.
I can't pretend to understand all that goes into it, despite recent developments, but you seem to be doing well enough at it. Better than most I have seen of late.
The young woman lets out another heavy sigh. Although she is comforted by your words, the nervousness and the worry that it pulls at her heart is still weighing her down. She stares at the window and just... Some days it's... Oh, I wish more than anything in the world to just be able to take back these 2 years. To still have my father's guidance. I fear I was not really ready for this role. The young speaker just lets her head droop now. You hear a light footsteps further deeper into the building, a door opening up early in the morning. Bitte, you are aware from your time with the speaker that this person coming in could be none other than the speaker's right-hand personal assistant and best friend, Lacey.
Well, no one ever feels ready for the responsibilities that come with the death of a parent. When I lost my father, I had no inherent responsibilities coming onto my shoulders. I had plenty of older siblings. I had 2 loving parents still. And even so, the responsibility I felt was it's okay to feel like you don't know what you're doing.
But I need to know what I'm doing. The people need to know that their speaker knows what she is doing, and I cannot continue to ask them to sacrifice to this never-ending problem. I wish there was somebody out there trying to solve this.
Vita starts to speak, but kind of pulls back because he doesn't really want to get her hopes up. He's just going to say, I've been seeing more and more adventurers coming into the towns of late. I've seen, I've been a bit more active in the towns rather than just keeping my head down like normal. I think there is some light coming to these lands. it's going to get solved. It's going to get figured out. These great calamitous things always seem to, awful as they are, until they are solved.
Duvessa stands up, walks over to her wardrobe, and begins putting on her clothes for the day. She just, as she's getting dressed, she just kind of, well, it would make it easier knowing there's a person we could put our hopes on. A symbol. The winter has gotten worse. You know this, Bite. You travel all throughout the tundra. I know you don't feel the colds, but you have to see the effects. The winter is not letting up. And Oral's wrath is getting colder and colder by the day. I don't know how long 10 towns can survive. We, the most cold-hearted people in all of Faerun, are gonna die a nasty, long, drawn-out death to this cold. So she finishes getting dressed. She kind of turns over to you, Bitte, and she's like, are you still in bed? Would you have gotten up whenever she started to get dressed, or kind of just continue to watch her?
Yeah, Beta would have sat up and swung his feet off the side of the bed, and at this point, he stands and he walks over to her and he just kind of wraps her up and stops her from doing what she's trying to do for a minute. Just kind of says and goes, doom and gloom, doom and gloom. It's gracious. These 2 years have certainly weighed on you, my dear. The people will always find hope in something. Symbols are useful and helpful, yes, but until we know more, trying to pin our hopes on one person when no one understands what's going on is a recipe for that person getting themselves killed and doing more harm than good, I think. But you know me, I've always been a little too individualistic about these things. If it makes you feel any better, I am putting myself towards some of these. I found a few people that seem to have ties to figuring out what is happening, connections to nature, skills that are rare and impressive. You just need to stay strong. I know you are. As you know you are, even if you have a hard time admitting it to yourself when you're. You think you can do that?
I suppose. It's a shame I won't be able to meet them. Well, not like this. She reaches up and gives Betty a big kiss on the cheek before kind of pushing you away as the door opens. She, although starting to push you away, kind of grabs onto you at the end when she realizes it's Lacey. She's like, oh, of course, it's you. Lacey kind of pops her head and she's like, hey, I know it's an early morning and I know that you really enjoy your time together, all hidden and secret lovers and all that, but just want to remind you that you do have an early morning meeting with one of the town's we're going to just call him a head merchant right now, Tack. He'll be here in just a little bit, so if Betty could maybe want to take this time to walk out so there's no kind of questions being asked. You know how you like to keep this hush-hush.
Yes, I will make myself scarce. I just go out the service entrance, grab a flyer or something, so it looks like I'm taking some sort of bounty or whatnot.
Yes, yes. Oh, here, come with me, Bete. We've already rehearsed this, and you do remember the last time Lacey had this excellent idea where she would kind of fake being mad at you, like, get out of here, you damn Goliath, getting here so early in the morning. Take your flyer and go. And she kind of recreates that on the front steps of the town hall, making it very obvious, but it's one of those hidden in plain sights kind of thing, like. As she shouts to get you out on the front of the street of the town hall, and as she pushes you out of there.
I'm going. Goodness gracious. Shrew of a woman.
And wipe your boots.
And he waggles the finger.
And she kind of grabs a broom on the front step and like fakes sweeping off the non-existent footsteps from when you so obviously did not enter the front door. And it's at this time, Bitte, as you kind of like stand there shouting at Lacey, that Del Nadre, you come walking along. Now, Del Nadre, you had also spent a night with this beggar lady, and you find yourself now walking towards the town hall on the way to the Wounded Rogue. You kind of just took the main streets, kind of get an early feel of the town in the morning. It's nice and quiet. In fact, you may have been walking for a little while. Would you say Del Nadre would have spent some time walking in the silence of the streets, or?
Yeah, I gotta get up early and let the animals out. So I'm gonna take off and let the dog stretch his legs, let the bird stretch its wings.
Oh, yes.
Take some quiet time to myself.
We have a puffin now.
Yeah, I forgot we had the puffin, Tansy. Yeah. So you
see what's going on around town hall.
You kind of walk up and you witness the kind of Bitte exiting the front door of the town hall, and after he says his goodbye to Lacey, then they start to shout and he walks on down. So you kind of walk up right at the end of that, and it's just you and Bitte standing there in the entrance of the just outside the town hall in the middle of the town. It is still very early in the morning. There are a few people walking around. Nobody's going to be looking around and paying you any mind.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where did you come from?
That way.
Cool. I got up early and checked the town hall for flyers of work and whatnot.
Oh yeah?
Or after we take care of the chest burster,
Yeah, of course. Anything good? I look down at the brochure he's holding.
Beta rolls the brochure that he's wadded up, and what does it say?
All right, Bitte. Roll me. Goodness, let's see. Roll me an intelligence check. This is a quick grab. As you're walking out, you guys, maybe Lacey may have suggested a few things, but ultimately, the goal of the plan there was just to hold on to something. So you have good roll. Not terrible, but a good roll. So you have in your hand a flyer for Introduction to Soap Making. It is from the same lady who runs the shop with the giant tub of random, Technicolor liquid that you guys had gotten your potions from before.
Oh, that was in Bryn Shander? I forgot.
Yes, that shop was here in Bryn Shander.
So, might have to get more mystery potion on the way out. It's is soap making. I was thinking that you know the with the moose there was lots of tallow that I just didn't take the time to process, and maybe if I did it better, I could have some artisanal soaps. I don't. Yeah, I did. I mean, for trade and stuff.
It's
There
about at
was
this time I'd like to ask the DM if I can roll like an insight check or something, and
Yeah, you're more than welcome to roll an insight check to see how genuine. Delnod. Okay, so Carson did a fairly average, if not slightly below average, job at convincing Delnodry that.
I would say I believe all of the things he's saying, but I don't believe that that's the reason why he has the flyer. Although I can't really say I have any specific suspicions. I can tell that something other than whatever is going on here, but I'll keep that to myself.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just the rugged exterior of Bite, your impression of the Goliaths, soap making and Goliaths. Now, if it had been like how to make soap from random things in the wild, it would have been like, yeah, that's Bite, right? 100%. But artisanal
he strikes me as a use every piece of the animal kind of person.
Right. He did not tell a lie, but he maybe did not tell the whole truth.
Yeah.
Not his brand of soap making. It's as opposed from let's make soap from a dead body. It's like let's use existing soap starter to make things smell nice and fresh.
Right. If he didn't have to collect it himself as part of the soap making class, that was already suspect.
It's really more that Bite just strikes me as the kind of person that already knows how to make soap from a moose tallow. Like, why would you be attending a class?
Mm-hmm.
That's like, oh yeah, and afterwards I'm gonna hit that that javelin throwing seminar.
Want to get some tips
on how to use the only weapon I've used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, sometimes you have to go back to your fundamentals. But yeah, yeah. Everyone else should be meeting back at the. Where was
Wounded Rogue?
The Wounded Rogue? Yes, the Wounded Rogue. I think Levi was supposed to meet back there after his fist fights.
Mm-hmm. So as you and as Bite and Delnod,
Which I did not hear or partake in. It's been a while since I've had a longer sleep, so I took advantage and slept.
You know what? Same. Knowing nod.
So as Delnodry and Bite walk their way to the Wounded Rogue, we now join Rosemary as she is waking up in a room full of animals. Probably 3 dogs, because Delnodry, you said you had your dog.
I took
right?
Gary.
Yeah, you took Gary.
Yeah, he took Gary. So I have 3 dogs, 3 capybaras.
Whatever amount of animals that may have came out of your hat in the morning as you shifted your hat, your hat a little bit. Just a complete menagerie of animals. In fact, whenever you came to the Wounded Rogue last night and you walked up with all of these animals in tow, they had the perfect room for you. Some may have called
Sleeping in the stable, aren't I?
Some may have called it a defunct storage shed. Others may have called it, that one room that doesn't pass building inspection codes. But for you, it was a perfect place for the animals and yourself and your privacy.
And the Virgin Mary.
So we have the Wounded Rogue right here, and you have the stables right over here, and then you have this little tiny squat little building next to it, and we're going to call that home. right there, that little blue dot is that I'm going to delete now. And for those who
Like right there.
Yeah, let's zoom in on it on our stream over here. It is right here. In fact, I will do us an additional, and I will make...
So I imagine because there are so many animals in this house, I think any pet owner will attest to being woken up at the crack of dawn because all of the animals want to be fed.
100%.
So she's awake. Nobody's in the room with her. No one came in last night because the animals would have woken her up.
Yeah.
And she's like, wow, I really hope my friends aren't dead. I'm gonna start making breakfast.
Now, while this is a, kind of rundown shack, it does not mean that it was kind of uncomfortable to sleep in. While there is no bed, there was plenty of hay bales there, along with lots of older blankets. They're not bad. They're not like worn. They are definitely worn down. A few have holes in them, but it's kind of like the excess, maybe the long storage shed that they sold to you at a measly cost of 1 silver piece a day, which
Nice.
is not terrible. But given that you sleep with a lot of people, it's a rather big room. It does have a fireplace, so you can keep warm. 2 of the 3 windows shutters work. The third you were able to push a kind of board against, but it had a little bit of a whistling and some... it did not keep out all of the sound of the animals that are in the stables outside, all the dogs and the wolves. In fact, early morning, whenever your animals woke up, so did all the other animals in the stables. And it became just a lovely cacophony
Menagerie.
of barking and chittering and bat sounds and what have you. So Rosemary, you are you're cooking breakfast for these dogs. Roll me performance with, let's say, charisma.
I mean, performance already is
Yeah.
charisma, so what do you want from me?
Oh yeah, I want
Why am I rolling performance?
for your ability to prepare your cooking. If you have
I use charisma to cook?
Yes. This is because you don't cook with science, you cook with your heart.
Okay, I
You're
got an
doing
11.
You're doing the Benihana.
Got an 11. It was a decent meal.
I couldn't use, like, survival to cook.
I mean, unless you wanted to, like, spit roast a pig in the middle of your house.
I mean, I'm in, like, a shed right now.
Fine. We'll go with survival then.
I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Like, I'm happy with an 11.
You've convinced me. Roll your survival. I hope it's low.
Great.
There you go.
A+. I have a +4 and I got lower.
The animals are distasteful. They are not happy that they were left with you, although you've been always the most loving and caring caretaker. But this morning you served them not sludge, but just barely above sludge. Your roll was a 2.
Yeah, but it's a +4.
Yeah, but
What's the point of modifiers?
Well, it's still a 6.
A 6 is better than a 2.
This is true, but relatively speaking, a 6 is not great.
Relatively better, it sucks.
Yeah. And so, you guys, your animals are kind of just a little bit upset with you. They've started to they made a mess. Let's go with that. And you spend, and as Del Nadre and Bitte are kind of walking up to the wounded rogue, Bitte, do you guys hear the sounds of your animals? And Rosemary just kind of lightly cursing.
Yeah, Rosemary's like arguing with them because she has speech of the wood, so she knows exactly what they're saying. And so she's arguing back, like, listen, I got what I got. We haven't seen green grass for days. I don't know what you expect from me.
Bitte wasn't here to repair that moose, so... yeah, so Del Nadre, Bitte, you guys walk up and you hear Rosemary talking to the animals, and you kind of walk in to this chaotic scene of Rosemary cleaning up a lot of empty and tipped over animal plates and dogs going crazy.
I I look over to them like a harried housewife, and I'm like, and what kind of time do you guys call this?
The morning.
Good morning.
time?
Sorry, what?
Bill Nadre sips coffee. So looks like you had a restful night.
I did, until everyone started deciding to criticize my breakfast skills. And I, like, motion over to, like, all the dogs who are, like, probably clamoring over whatever sludge I've managed to make for them.
Oh,
Yes, I know
it's
Bite can make it better, but he wasn't here, so you got me.
Beta kind of crouches down and picks up, whatever bowl is in front of the dogs, and communicates. Fine, good, yeah, good. And he takes off a mitten and dips a long finger in it. And,
Eating the dog food?
yeah. How does it taste?
Like dog food?
Like,
Probably really bad. I roll this thing.
What's in the world are you being picky about?
Well, we haven't really bought provisions yet. We got in town really late. I kind of had to work with the leftovers we had, and maybe I made some bad seasoning decisions.
Oh, Rosie, this is fine. They are being weird. Why are you being weird? Are you sick? And Vita grabs his dog by the face, and his dog is the shaggiest boy, and very calm. So he takes its face in his, and it's just like when you smush like a calm older dog's face up together. And it's all smushed and expressionless, and it looks over at Rosemary like, make him stop. I'm sorry, I'll eat the food.
Yeah, that's what you get for complaining.
And Beta kind of ruffles its ears and maybe goes, here, maybe you just need a little treat for encouragement. And he pulls out a little bit of jerky and tears off a couple of strips and pushes it down into the bottom of the bowl. Like, go get it. Which I have definitely not done with my actual dog.
I imagine he's going to do the thing that all of my pets have done when I do that, which is they just eat around until they get to the treat and then leave anything else.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't do something as clean as that. They take a big bite, getting to the bottom of the tree, having a bunch of, like, a mouthful of sludge, lean over to the outside of the bowl, drop it on the ground.
Oh my God.
Sift through it with their nose, grab the treat out, and then just, like, take it off and just walk over to the edge, and they just gnaw on that. More content
No one appreciates me
starving
here.
than it is to eat the food. Oh, goodness. And it is
Don't appreciate the efforts.
It is at this time that, although we will revisit Levi's efforts a bit later in the session whenever he does show up, if he shows up, Levi walks in with a bloody nose and a black eye and a big smile on his face.
Oh, look, you're not dead either.
He just, oh yeah, I had a wonderful night. I did wake up in the dumpster, but I know I had a really good fight before I went down.
Good for you.
Yeah,
I have
excellent.
breakfast.
Half breakfast. Oh, wonderful. And Levi kind of sits down, looks at it, and he's like, looks up at you, looks back down at the food.
Is there a problem?
Looks back up at you, rolls insight. Let's see here. Gets a awful roll, looks back at you, and he's just like, no. Gets a fork, reaches in, takes a bite, holds that bite in his mouth for a really long time, slowly withdraws the spoon from his mouth, takes a gulp, and he's just like, yum. You know, I did have a really late dinner last night, before my third round of fighting. So I'm just stuffed.
It's okay. I didn't fuck up the coffee. You can have that.
Oh, thank God. And so he walks over and grabs some coffee. And
This is just all the more reason why we should absolutely just go buy I sell things here in the morning. Like, as soon as he opens up, we can grab breakfast, we can get provisions, we can get a couple pounds of gyro meat,
Isn't that
just to
the
take.
guy you spent the night with?
Yes.
So you didn't
But he wasn't
bring anything
open
back?
over. Well, he doesn't start cooking until the morning. He doesn't just cook all night. I mean, like, he was closed. I mean, it was sundown. Come on, like.
Actually, at this point, Rosemary and Bitte, roll history. No, roll whatever you would roll to cook.
To cook?
Performance, apparently.
Whatever you would roll to have. Let's go with history to see whether or not
Beta would cook
Hyro-
with nature.
Would hero meat need to be like cooking overnight if he was planning on selling it in the morning?
Apparently, I know a lot about Euro meat.
The both of us can
I
smell
can't make
the
breakfast,
bullshit.
but I know a
I
shit
actually
ton about
minored
Euro
in
meat.
gyro at Druid College, I gotta say.
And so,
And that don't sound right to me.
you both are aware. For a meat like that takes time. It wasn't something he was going to wake up early in the morning. That would have been something he prepared late last night. So,
Yeah, Beta knows a thing or two about pillars of tasty meat, and this is just not adding up.
Phrasing.
I'm sorry.
well,
And
now,
He knows what
yeah.
he said.
well, now that
Oh
you
yeah,
are,
no, I was fully in control of that situation and made no effort to avoid it.
now that you all four find yourself partied back up in the morning, you've made your way through the remains of the breakfast, or gotten rid of the remains.
Yeah.
And
We've had a burial for the breakfast.
hid the evidence. Because absolutely nothing that Rosemary could pull out of her hat would be happy enough to eat that.
We could eat whatever comes out of my hat. It'll just leave our stomachs in an hour.
Oh, I was saying you were going to pull animals from your hat to eat the sludge you made. I mean,
Yeah.
breakfast you made.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and remove 1 day's worth of rations as Gary and I sneak into that. Just trying to pretend like, oh, it's not that bad, Rosemary, and then like, quick, get the crackers, get the cheese.
Well, it is.
Yeah, Rosemary is like disposing of the breakfast, and she's like, "So did y'all have a good night? You find somewhere good to sleep?"
Beta has one of the dog bowls on a spoon and very restful.
Glad to hear it. I got this place for us for like 1 silver a night, which I think is good. Sounds good. Sounds better than what was the like how many silver a night or like a gold a night for the North Look?
It was like, I want to say it was around 2 to 3 silver per person per night. The fact was that you were paying per person rather than paying per room for the North Look, so
Yeah.
it added up. This is a much more affordable room in comparison. Although prices are higher in Bryn Shander just due to the low tourism that comes into town nowadays.
I
Damned inflation.
didn't realize that you didn't stay here last night, Bite. I thought you had just gotten up in the morning.
Oh no, I have 3 lodgings for like ever at the North Look.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
Didn't you
You
say
did.
the North Look?
You did
Yeah.
say that.
Yeah, the hostess is we're like this. And
Did
he
you see,
tries to intertwine his fingers, but he realizes he still has a mitten on, so he's just kind of going back and forth on the mitten, confused.
Did you
Look,
see Levi's fight?
I went to bed early and left early, so I did not. But it looks like it went okay. As he looks at Levi's smile and damage.
Yeah, Levi,
Understandable.
not very beat up, but he definitely looked like he took a beating.
Not beat up, but beat up.
Almost died there.
Don't die.
I mean, I didn't almost die.
You
but
should see the other 5 guys.
I did
Five
almost...
guys, burgers and fries.
Their faces look like burgers and fries now.
Oh.
Ooh. So it is early morning. After having breakfast, it's right about, things are starting to open up. What is on the block for this adventuring party today? What is y'all's plans here in Bryn Shander?
So just for my own edification, to zoom back out, our general plan is get the burster out of Levi's chest and then go out into the tundra and figure some shit out. I forgot.
I think
what the second step was.
also we have in the House of the Morning Lord. There's a dude named Copper.
Oh yes,
who knows
that's
some
what
shit.
it was.
But does he know
Wait.
shit about the cabin that we're trying to go to, or is the cabin that we're trying to go to back in like Caer-Coned or something?
Speaking of which, Copper is supposed to have some kind of information about the cabin, but at this point, while we're all discussing things, I'd like to say, actually, there's some rumors flying around town that I heard last night. So Copper has been complaining about a friend of his, who I guess is spending a lot of time at the cabin. Supposedly, there's this guy, Macretus?
Macretus.
How do you pronounce that? Macretus. Yeah,
Macretus.
Macretus. That's what I said.
God, we have a robot.
Yeah, your mic is roboting.
I don't know how to fix this. Is it doing better?
No.
Yeah, play a Warforged next time, loser.
Wow.
Get out of here. Did he leave?
I think he probably is resetting his microphone.
Okay.
Okay, I reset my headset. Is that better?
Much better.
Yes.
That is
Okay,
substantially
so I know this guy. I heard about this guy, Macretus, who I guess is spending a lot of time up at a cabin. I think it might be the cabin. But supposedly he's working on a device that can end the winter.
That's exciting.
So that might
do
be
you-
useful.
Where'd you hear that from?
I mean, from Gans. Nick Dugan,
Yeah, who's Gans?
the guy
The
who owns I
Euro
Sell
Man?
Things.
Oh,
Oh yes.
Our hero of Yedo?
Yes.
Our
the
hero of
Yes. Gans just happens to know a lot of things. He's a very talkative shop owner. He always asks anybody who comes in, "Have you heard any rumors lately?"
So he phrases it, "What's the hot goss?"
Yeah.
what's the hot goss?
To anybody, and then he writes all of his rumors on this convenient rumor board that Del Madre happened to steal. No.
I took notes.
But
Took notes. Being a good thief, he took notes and then left it behind.
Wow.
Damn.
We don't use
like
the T word.
Dara Girls taking the whole posting board.
So yeah. And Copper, as you guys remember, the last session, Mishan had mentioned that he is renting the attic space at the House of the Morning Lord.
Yeah, they let him stay there, but they wouldn't let us stay there.
Yes.
Mm.
Alright. We should probably head back to the House of the Morning Lord and talk to Copper and get deets. Even though they're kind of jerks, and they're also kind of elitists, and... What would they call me? Like a tree hugger?
Mhm. Or
right.
we could stake the place out and wait until Copper leaves and then grab him.
Are we gonna kill him?
No, but we could ask him questions.
Just interrogate a man for no reason?
I mean, we don't have to interrogate him.
We're gonna snatch him off the street on your plan.
It's phrasing.
What's your...
It's all just...
What's the plan there?
We could invite him to lunch.
Okay, that sounds nicer.
That sounds
or
better.
whatever.
Does sound nicer.
Don't.
Yeah, let's.
Del
We'll
Nodre
go.
just-
We'll bring him a euro. We'll pick up some supplies. We can ask Gans more about this rumor. Can pick up a euro as kind of a peace offering. I know he was sleepy last night, and we kind of made a ruckus.
Yeah.
Um,
I think we were all like, what's the sleepy version of hangry?
Slangry.
Slangry.
They're angry and they only respond in slang. Yo, what's the whizzle? What's the hizzle? What's the dizzle?
I'm curious
have
what
to
the
say,
slizzle and
though-
hizzle mean.
Gonna make a boom
Probably-
pop on your noggin.
Just as a side note, you probably shouldn't bring up the rumor board around Gans because I don't think many of his customers would like knowing that he's keeping tabs on everyone.
Oh, it's not
Okay,
a public
it's
rumor
hush-hush.
board.
Well, I mean, if it's kind of something that he just sort of keeps up for his own personal interests. You know what? Here, I'll talk to him.
Oh, okay, sure.
You want some private time?
Let's go
with-
get some breakfast, euro.
We can take the long route and meet you there later.
No, it's fine. I mean, y'all can come. We can eat, and then just let me talk to Gans. I'll do
Okay.
it quiet, like.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
All right.
I like tap the side of my nose conspiratorially, like I know what's going on.
All right. Well, you guys pack. Now, as you guys are making your way to ice sell things here, are we gonna leave the animals behind as normal? Are you gonna
Probably as we're wandering the city, and
Find,
it's safe for them here.
Bring Shander doggy daycare. Maybe hire a temp to come and walk the dogs around throughout the day.
So it's
Or are you gonna keep them chained up for 8 hours a day?
They've got like an entire storage shed to.
We'll take them on a nice long walk beforehand, and then we'll come back and check on them in a reasonable amount of time.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think going to I sell things here and then the House of the Morning Lord is going to take 8 hours. I'm hoping.
You are hoping. All right. Well, you guys get yourselves all ready, and you'll make your way, kind of following along the western wall, taking some of these back streets up to I sell things here.
Streets back, all right.
As you guys approach, you can already begin to smell the fresh scent of that morning hero meat. You crack open the door, and the hearty, full voice of Gans just rings out. Oh, hello there!
Hello.
Yes, how are y'all doing?
salutations.
Excellent. Good morning. Good morning. Del Nodre, my favorite customer.
Gans.
Good.
I come in and I give him a friendly hug and I whisper in his ear, "If anyone asks, I spent the night with you."
Yeah.
He kind of kisses you on both sides, and he goes in and thinks, "If you weren't here, who was in my bed last night?"
Okay, kind of taken aback by that.
He looks back and he's just like, okay, hush, hush. Yes. You want some hero meat?
Yes, please.
Good. I've been marinating this all night. Lots of work, heavy work, all night. Got a 10-10-10. I even got to taste it myself very early this morning. I know, very good hero meat today.
I just kind of give a look to Bitte. It's like I'm not gonna like call him out and call out Dell in public, but I feel like we know.
Ah, yes, you know Del Nadre. He had a taste this morning when he spent the night with me last night.
Oh, so you did have Euro meat. You just didn't want to bring it back to us.
You know, it's not a sustainable business if he gives it all away for free.
This is
That's
true.
true.
Yes, yes. Today we have good special for each of you. 5 copper hero taco. New thing I do. I make hero meat, long, thin slice. Then I pour more hero meat into this thin slice, roll it all up. Hero taco.
Nice.
This is magnificent. Give me 2.
Good, good.
I would also like to.
Excellent. Well, guess what, folks? We're running 2-for-1 special.
Give me 4.
4. Excellent. Thanks. So 2 silver, please. So we all pay up.
Pizza gives me 2 silver.
Adjust your payments, your gold on your character sheet as necessary, and you all
Adjust our goal for a 5 copper payment.
Yeah, so you guys, he looks at you and he's just like, goodness, what do I look like? I made of change? Huh?
I mean, I'm giving him a silver and telling him to keep the change.
Oh, I thought you said you gave him a gold for a 5 copper payment.
Well, you said adjust your gold, and I was like, yeah, adjust our gold for a 5 copper payment.
You know what I meant. Yeah, okay. He says, keep the change. Okay, he's like, yes, thank you. He puts it in his tip jar, which is not full at all this morning. And he kind of
weird.
Delivers your orders to you all. The Hero Taco does have a little bit other stuff besides. It has some fermented vegetables in there and some like bread, bread chunks that he kind of just put them in there, you know. And
It's like questionable street food that you don't really want to know what's in it. It just tastes delicious.
It's so good.
He built a hero backwards. Let's go with that.
It's like, holy shit.
But the taste is out of this world. Gons is truly a master of his craft. And so,
Gons, how do I learn how to cook like you?
I actually do have Intro to Cooking Gon style class coming up in 3 days. You can find flyer at Town Hall.
It's like one of those.
Town, I will be here.
It's like one of those legendary skill manuals where it's like training this will increase your charisma by +2.
But he looks at you, Rosemary, and he's just like, you know health inspector, right?
No.
Excellent. You're welcome to class. You tell your friends, but no health inspector friends.
No.
Good.
I don't have any health inspector friends.
Good.
I'm good at doctor things, so if anything, I can help if anything happens. Not that anything would.
Nothing happened, okay? That rumor about the old lady didn't happen, right? I know she fine. She living, puttering around down in Argentina right now, okay?
Argentina, that's
very south.
far.
Yes, very south. Yes, almost as if it's in a different world. Yes.
Almost.
If you keep going south, you'll find it
You
eventually.
hit Argentina.
Yes, you get to Argentina.
If you follow this steadily increasing volume of pan flute music, you eventually find it.
Yes. I hear they have wonderful furry rodents down there that are keeping the old lady warm. She did not die, as many of the rumors say, from poisoning. Did not die. Survived.
No, I was thinking like heart attack caused by like the food being too good.
Exactly. Yes. But health inspector, they don't understand that. Food too good, food poisonous, heart attack. To them, it's same thing.
Do we have to investigate Gaines for murder?
No. We can if we want to, but no.
It's like the subplot of Gans like secretly poisoning people that he doesn't like and running the most
Gaines
popular.
is Aura.
Gans like secretly poisoning rival food stands owners. It's like this lady
Yeah.
owned like
the best
uh,
breakfast
famous
pie.
Amos or something.
She owned the best.
Yeah, it
breakfast
turns
pie
out the
in
Euro
area.
meat is not a mixture of beef and lamb.
Meanwhile,
It's
his neighbor is running a very successful barber shop upstairs.
Oh god.
Goodness. We cut
The
things
demon barber of Fifth Street.
here. The demon barber above Gan's house.
Yeah.
All right.
That's how they get the mince pies.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys are sitting there enjoying your breakfast tacos, your hero tacos, and Gans is tending to a few customers here and there. Many of them seem to be regular customers. They kind of come in, they give Gans their name, and they get a packet of whatever they wanted to buy. Nobody's really shopping, and I sell things here, although there is a rows and rows of knickknacks, random crap, and general provisions that you might need for surviving in 10 Downs.
Do they have any like? I mean, I guess that's kind of what rations are, but like, any like MREs of like things that you can make by just boiling water and pouring it in,
They do. In the very
like the Icewind Dale version of ramen.
Yeah, he does have a very small supply of food items, mostly because Gans believes that why do you want other food besides Hero?
It doesn't travel, unfortunately.
There are
it does if you put it in a car.
there are some outdated rations. They are being sold at 50% off.
I don't want to take any chances, so I'm not gonna buy the outdated rations.
Yeah,
Good choice.
Vita forages for himself.
I might have before he
doesn't
brought
buy
up the food
rations.
poisoning.
You would notice that these items are not made by Gans, so you might be a bit more safe on the food poisoning side. They are outdated.
Still, I'm not sure I trust.
I'm gonna
I'm not sure I trust it.
I'm gonna cut a couple pounds of gyro meat to go.
All right, got some gyro meat to go.
That is a terrible decision, but I want to see how it plays out.
Now,
I get like a to-go
The
like
chicken.
box, like one of those like taco boxes of like just gyros, because I want to take them to the house in the morning, Lord, as like a peace offering.
Yeah,
Like a box of donuts, but a box of gyros.
yeah.
Oh man, do you have any of your baklava?
So these people, they show up late at night. They're demanding to see the caretaker. They get really belligerent about the concept of religion. And then next morning, they show up crack of dawn with a box full of meat.
We're all vegan
Love it.
here. Can you believe that?
Oh my god. The baklava sounds like a better thing to bring a box of, though.
Yeah.
Unless they're like one of those like sugar-free people.
That's true.
Honey is the jizz of the devil. Anyway,
Oh god.
I'm sorry. Oh God. Anyway,
On that note,
we got some urine baklava and we fucked up.
Yeah.
yeah, give me some takeout and I'll be on my way.
So you guys get your takeout. Is there anything else you'd like to speak with Gans with before you go? I believe you did originally go there to talk to him about Copper.
Tell me about the hot goss, my dude.
Hot Goss?
Yeah, what do you know about this Copper fella?
I have hot hero meat.
Right, but yeah, you know.
Copper. Oh, yes, the teddy bear. He's in the house in the morning, Lord. Yes, this man.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yes. He's a teddy bear, is he not? He always walks
I
around
haven't actually seen him yet.
with the brown furry coat, little ears on top. Teddy bear man.
I have heard him described that way, yes.
Yes, I believe he is. I don't see him too often. He Gans is not a religious man, and I've not made my way to the house in the Morning Wood in some time. But I know Copper is there. He's been there for 2 to 3 10 days. 2 to 3 weeks.
He's been staying there, living there, working there. What seems to be his relation to the establishment itself?
Well, I think he lives there. I don't see him often around town. He hates the cold. I don't know why he came to 10 towns in this winter, but he hates the cold. He doesn't get out very much. I assume he works there. Mishan, she is very, very shrewd woman. Would not let anybody stay there for free. So, probably works. But I don't go to services. I don't know his role. I'm sorry.
Oh, you have nothing to apologize for. You purveyed your meat very well. We will talk to you later when we return to the town, I'm sure. If not before.
Yes. You come back with, how you say that, hot gas. Yes?
Yes, we will bring all the hot geese.
Hot geese. Ooh. Geese hero. Oh. He starts to scribble down.
Fun
He
fact,
seems to be a little gamey, but if you're into that, you could make it good.
Fun fact, I do believe that hot goose is like the direct translation for the German word for prostitute.
Oh my god.
It's something similar. It's something goose.
I don't think he's going to start selling prostitutes.
And now you can say you watch our show to learn something.
I have a very hilarious cartoon drawn by a German friend of mine who told me that of a goose in stockings.
Oh my god. It's fun.
Alright, well, if y'all are done
It is non-explicit.
with your...
Anyway.
I mean, I figured, but
I know, but it's me, so I had to clarify.
and it's the internet, so
Yes.
This goddamn internet. Well, if you all are... Is there anything else you'd like to ask Gans, Del Andre?
No.
Alright.
Probably there's something we should be asking, but no.
You might...
that's the noise of
That's the noise of what?
that's the noise of the DM wants you to be asking something.
No, I mean, you could ask besides just Copper if you've heard anything else about the quest you're trying to undertake. But
The
Copper,
cabin.
yeah, I mean, Copper is really... I mean, you already know that Copper knows the information, so asking it from Gans, who doesn't really seem to know much about Copper, may or may not be a helpful thing, but you never know what you might come up.
So, does BT get the impression that Gans is actually connected to any hot goss? Seemed pretty surprised by even the term.
Roll insight with advantage.
Oh goodness!
I think
Right,
you just...
one sec, I just got
You just
back
logged...
inside from walking.
Oh, it just logged you out of roll 22. I will roll your...
You motherfucker! Why? Why did you log me out?
I just saw your name pop up. Oh, now it's back. Okay.
18.
18. You get the feeling that... One, yeah, Gans was not aware of the term hot goss. But he
Sure as shit didn't seem to know. Oh, Copper. Yeah, I know exactly who that is, and his friend has been hearing some shit.
Yeah.
Doing some shit.
He never said anything about Macretus. So Gans' ability to give out hot goss is definitely in question at this time. Now, you've only had one question. Could have been this was just something that may have been an older rumor. You aren't quite sure that Gons is like being ingenuine or doesn't know anything, but
It is a little weird because Del Nadre told us that he heard that gossip from him,
You're over
and he
one,
seemed confused.
but you have no other
Yeah,
gossip
weird.
to kind of test the theory on at this time.
Is it weird? I mean, if he and I just talked about it last night, why would he tell me again, right?
Guns, is there any, just generally, like, forgetting copper for a moment, is there anything you know about, this winter, where it's coming from? Do you have any information about that sort of thing?
The winter? What do you mean? You don't know? Everybody know. It's Arl. We sacrificed.
No, I know.
What is this? You Goliath? Come on, man.
No, I'm just asking if you have any information that goes beyond the typical.
Look, and he points to his shop name.
Fair.
I sell things here. Does it say I adventure here? No, I sell things to adventurers. Yes. When they don't return, I don't go and hunt them down. I don't go out into the woods. I am simple life. I sell things here. I cook my award-winning gyro. I travel once or twice to Neverwinter to attend the Hero Hall of Famer award ceremony and to compete in the Hero Neverwinter Championship circuit for Hero Meet. Simple man.
Does Beta get the impression he's being like a dick out of nowhere?
He doesn't. So
he seems a little catty.
He is a bit catty. He took that question of like, it is very common knowledge to everybody that the everlasting winter is Oral's fault. Nobody's saying like, oh yeah, Oral. Everyone's like, the gods are pissed at us. So to ask a question of where did this winter come from, everyone's just like, duh, it's the fucking gods. Oral is the bitch. She's been doing this. Now, do they know like the knowledge of magics and like exactly what's happening? No, not one bit. But maybe Gons is a bit upset from being stuck in the winter. He does seem like a more fair weather person based on his complexion. He's a bit light brown skin, fair bronzed skin there. But he definitely came off as a bit defensive there. So yes.
Sorry to touch the nerve, I suppose. Let's go on and find copper.
Okay, well, come back soon. Hero meet always turning. Always good. Except on Sundays. Sundays we switch it out.
Every time you say like Hero meet, the more you say it, the more I'm hearing the word hero meet, and I'm just like, maybe he is like running a secret like cannibalism stand.
So Gons is 100% mispronouncing Euro meat. He is saying hero meat.
Guys, I think we've been eating people.
I mean, it's better than gyro meat.
He pronounces it gyro, or he spells it gyro, but he does say hero.
Ben, you're here. When did that happen?
Hello, I just joined. Sorry about the delay. I've been trying to join for the past few minutes, but I was having technical issues.
Well, this is a good opportunity before we leave I Sell Things here to let us go over Levi's night at the North Look. So, all we've gotten so far, Levi, is that you left to go fight because you wanted to get in some good old-fashioned bar brawls.
Mm-hmm.
And you came back in the morning with a bloodied nose and a black eye and a big smile on your face.
Yeah.
So you fought 3 fights. Did you win all 3?
I did.
Did you lose all 3? How did Levi come out?
I think Levi definitely. So the first fight was like an honor fight. I think he like stepped in on some misogyny.
Okay.
And he was like, "I'm not having any of that."
Levi.
And he he went into the fight with the intention to embarrass the other person. So he fought with his eyes closed, and he won.
All right.
And that kind of sparked the rest of the bar to start taking bets on who could beat Levi in general, let alone if he fought with his eyes open.
All right. So the person
And
you
so-
defeated in the first round, they're going to come back in the third round, okay? So the second fight, people have taken bets. It's ramped up here. Who are you fighting against? Describe your enemy.
I think like a big burly guy, like maybe a half orc or like some sort of Goliath. Maybe I don't know if there's other Goliaths around other than Bite
They're
in this
rare,
town.
but we're going to say an actual orc fights you the second time.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah, and he's a regular here in the bar. He has honestly made his money just fighting in bar fights. Some nights people hire him to go beat up another person across the bar. Other nights he takes part in their regularly scheduled bar fights. The Northlook does have a small little fighting arena right there in the middle.
Love that.
It is something that has slowly grown up over time. It wasn't like they built the Norfolk and were like, okay, let's put a fighting arena there. It was that bar brawls happened so often they needed to have a safe space for them to happen. And so it's like a mosh pit where people kind of sit around all these small tables and chairs, very cheap, just as a modge podge of random stuff around the house. Chairs from people's households, chairs they found on the side of the road. When trash day goes around, the chairs end up at the Northlook. And in the middle of the thing is kind of a beaten down dirt floor with a little line drawn around it. And the unwritten rule of the time is that when you leave the bar brawl circle, the contestants themselves can help beat you up. Everybody gets to join in. So it's kind of like it's almost like a sumo wrestle kind of thing. You either beat them up in the circle or you push them out of the circle, and then the crowd gets to join in and help beat them up.
Makes sense to me.
It's some crazy shit that goes on there. So so how do you do in your second match then?
I think it was really close. I think they had a little bit of back and forth. I think Levi almost got pushed out of the circle, and so he took a couple hits as he was 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but he ended up winning probably by knockout inside the circle.
All right. Good. Now you're a bit dazed, a bit bloodied up after this fight. The orc was a tough competitor, and the person from the first fight comes back, and he has brought a large Goliath in tow. The Goliath doesn't seem happy to be there, but you can see a little exchange of conversation going on, and the Goliath and the human that you had beat up the first time exchanges a token with the Goliath, something that looks a bit more tribal, a hand-etched token. Gives back to the Goliath, and the Goliath happily steps in, and it's just big, huge Goliath, large even by Bitte standards. And he just kind of like he just looks down upon you, Levi, and he's like, I don't really want to be here, but a debt is a debt, so I am sorry.
There's no need to be sorry, friend. If you do not wish to fight, we do not have to fight.
Before you even finish that sentence, he cold clocks you out of nowhere and just lays you out in your ass. There is such force. You almost feel like it was the force of a polar bear behind this fist. Knocks you the fuck out. Sorry to say this, Levi.
Clean out?
Just clean out. You were already a bit dazed from the orc, and this guy was huge. You got knocked the fuck out. This is where you almost break your nose. Actually, you did break your nose, but you can tell when you woke up later in the morning. You kind of woke up really early when the owner of the Northlook is kind of going around. You had been slumped on some chairs in the back corner with a towel kind of haphazardly thrown over you. And the owner just kind of walks up and he's like, hey, come on. It's time to go. Get on out of here. Well, and he looks you up and down and he's like, wait here. And he helps fix your nose a little bit. Kind of gives you a little bit of healing, not like just more medical, and you kind of get an opportunity to talk with him for a little bit. And he then kind of sends you on your way early in the morning, and that is when you join the rest of the Wounded Rogue. Sorry, what was
Seems
that?
like a solid night.
Yeah. So, yeah, you
So
you
you
do
got back
find that
and
you have a couple of pieces of golds now. Let's go with 5 golds in your pocket from your winnings from beating the orc.
Hell yeah. Let me update my character sheet.
Also, when you got to where we were, Rosemary made a really shitty breakfast, and to kind of haze him, she made him eat a bite of it before she was like, "Okay, you don't have to eat it."
Yeah.
Oh, fair.
Rosemary was also bitter because like everybody left, and so she was just woke up alone with all of the animals. Tried to make breakfast. All of the animals were complaining about it, which she could hear. She could hear because she had speech of the woods, so she was like arguing with them about it.
Yeah, they were not happy.
All of the capybaras and all of the dogs, and none of them were happy.
Exactly. Also, I think we need to get Levi's favorite video game.
Oh, yes. That is a new question. We're going to start asking you guys random questions about your character. What do you believe?
Oh my gosh,
Levi's-
Rosemary, you're that kid who's like, teacher, you forgot to collect the homework.
Yeah, but it's a fun one, though. I want to know what his favorite video game is.
So what do you believe?
Algebra is fun, you guys.
If video games existed in the world of D&D, what would Levi's favorite video game to be? And just as a point of reference, Bitte chose Stardew Valley, although he initially chose Breath of the Wild. Del Nadre, fuck, what did you choose?
Wow.
I'm so
Come
sorry.
on.
I'm so sorry, Del Nadre. I'm so sorry. Oh, Assassin's Creed. And Rosemary chose. Now that one I really did mess up. It was a spider game. The Adventures of Miss Spider.
It was Mrs. Spider's Tea Party, but then it was also Okami.
Yes, there you go. I am terrible.
Because I think Mrs. Spider's Tea Party is actually a game for 5-year-olds, and that's why I remember playing it as like a 5-year-old.
This is a tough question. This is a very difficult question. I think I'm gonna have to go with Super Mario Brothers 3
Okay.
Interesting.
on the SNES. I mean, what's better than two brothers joining together with their loyal compatriots to fight the forces of evil?
And rescue princesses that always happen to be in different castles.
Exactly. And like that Bowser guy is just a kidnapper, and he talks a lot of shit, and that's not cool.
But he does get invited to go-karting.
And
Yeah, well, you
and
still
house
have to
parties.
maintain some sort of. Yeah.
And to go golfing and play soccer
Listen.
every now and then.
Listen, sometimes it's better to keep your enemies close, you know?
True.
Sometimes it's better to double dash with to tag team in a series of light-hearted mini games together with your enemies for that team building, and so you have that good rapport to like go back and forth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Levi's the kind of guy who would sit down and try to have a beer with the BBEG to try to understand his motives before killing him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's before killing him.
Before killing him. Still gonna get to that part, but yeah, you know. All right.
We're going to get to the part where you atone for your sins, but first you're going to get a chance to explain to me why you sinned.
All right. So then now the party then went over to Gans McDougan's shop. I sell things here. Well, Del Nadre had told the party that Gans is keeps up to date with all the hot goss around town and sells delicious hero meat in the morning.
Yeah, we stopped by this shop a little while back, and Levi kept irritating Levi that he kept calling it Hero or Gyro, and it like Levi repeatedly tried to correct him. I'm fairly certain.
Yeah.
But
I think when you
it
joined,
didn't
we were
work.
discussing that it's like, wait, he's been pronouncing it hero meat, and it's like, maybe we are eating people.
Yes, Gans does not want any health inspectors here. So you're not a health inspector, yeah?
Don't worry, I've got a little hero meat for you.
Hey now.
Uh,
I don't accept outside meat. I am strictly loyal
I think
to
Dale
my
got
supplier.
that covered last night, eh?
But so what's the hot goss?
What is this with you guys in this hot goss? I sell hot hero meat, not hot goss. I don't know what this goss is. You bring me in this goss, and I know I can say, okay, I don't sell the goss. If I do sell the goss, I call it something else.
I just want to point out that the person who specifically stated that Gans
Was me.
supplies the hot goss was Bite.
You said that
So
he
it's-
supplied hot goss. I said that he used the term hot.
Yeah, I'm saying that he was like, oh yeah, he knows all the gossip, and then like the specific terminology, just because I feel like it's turning into everyone being like, it's suspicious that he doesn't know this hot goss slang.
Okay, but that wasn't Beta saying, "Oh yes, he probably calls it hot goss." Haha. That was me. That was me
Right.
saying that.
Yeah, I'm just saying I feel like it's kind of changing a little bit as we're going through
The
this.
narrative is shifting.
Yeah, Levi's like, well, tell me about the hot goss. He's like, I don't know what this is. Narrows eyes at Dell.
This is true. This is very true. So, if you guys have any other questions for Gans, let them rip. Otherwise, you can make your way out of I Sell Things here and into the town of Brinchander, likely going towards the House of the Morning Lord. However, you can go wherever you'd like.
Oh, I forgot about that part.
Yeah, I'm bringing them a box of euros as a peace offering. So
Yeah.
hopefully they'll be nice enough to let us go see Copper.
A box of
yeah.
Yes.
hero meat. Hero.
Yes.
Other
For the love of God,
potentially useful update for Ben. Dell has supplied information that he learned from his night staying with Gans, because this is where I spent the night.
Yeah.
Here it is.
We talked about Copper, and he told me that Copper's friend Macretus spending a lot of time at the cabin, and is apparently working on a device that can end the winter.
Ooh, that
And-
sounds interesting and exciting.
And nobody else is aware of this, but we did have an opening where Bitte started in bed with the speaker, Brinchander. But none of your characters are aware of that.
No. He stayed at the North Look.
This is true.
Come on, keep up with the narrative, Corey.
So, like, no
Alright.
one stayed where they
Absolutely.
were supposed to be staying except for Rosemary and I guess Levi? No,
Levi
Levi
did
said he was
exactly
going
what
to come
he's-
back.
Levi said
Levi
exactly.
said he was going to back and
Levi did exactly what he said he was going to do. He went out, he got in a fight, and he came back. He didn't say when he was coming back.
That's fair.
Assumptions would have been like, a normal hour, but
Listen,
assumptions...
Levi doesn't lie, okay? Levi said he was coming back, and he came back.
Yeah. Rosemary was just like waking up alone in a shed and like, I hope my friends aren't dead.
Yeah. What a time. Like, you wake up and you're like, I guess I'm gonna go join a new adventuring party because nobody's coming back. They all left me here.
Like, did they break up with me?
Yeah. And leave me with all of their animals?
And you get to keep all the animals.
Which I don't think
I mean,
Rosemary would see that as a negative.
yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the
I
best
took
case
all
scenario.
I took all the dogs in the divorce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, where is the party going now?
Probably
the
to
house of the
Rosemary.
Morning Lord. God's sake.
Yes. So we're gonna
Yes.
go over to the house of the Morning Lord. Let me make sure there's not a good description of this house. You can see here on the map, it does have a bit of a what looks like a little like complex almost. So I'll zoom in on it and shift you guys out. So the house of the Morning Lord is there, right there in the front. That's that big temple area. In the back, which is gated off, that is going to be your temple grounds where Mishan stays. Now, copper was talked about being in the attic, and this building is rather large, and it does have a attic. It looks to be like it has 3 stories, or at least the only building that seems to be logical for an attic. In fact, you had heard whenever you first cracked in, you had heard Copper. Yeah, you heard him shouting from upstairs.
Does there appear to be a window on this attic?
Yes, but there is a window. It's on the 3rd floor. You looking at the building, you believe you could easily climb up from like the side, from the eastern side, kind of making your way and scrambling up. And you see that little tiny crack right there next to where the arrow is. That is going to be where the window is.
Pansy would like to fly up and perch on the windowsill and, take a look inside the room.
It is boarded up. You can kind of peer a little bit. It's very dark. There's maybe some candles, but you don't see or hear any movement inside.
She's going to peck at the boards a little bit. See if there's any kind of reaction. Peck, peck. Peck, 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 peck.
There is no reaction at this time.
All right, yeah. He's either asleep or he's not home.
It is early enough, not early enough in the morning. It is about like relatively 9 a.m. or so, in terms of like people getting up and moving around. There's more people in the streets than when you first entered Gan's, I sell things here.
It's also the house of the Morning Lord, so I would assume that their day usually starts at sunup. If they're doing, like, morning things.
That is true. That is a pretty reasonable assumption to make.
All right. So obviously we got stopped last night, but if this is some kind of, like, temple type thing, can we just go in?
Yeah. The doors are
Levi
closed.
opens the door.
It opens up. Inside, you find a rather modest temple that worships Amanator. Amanator, yeah. I'll type this over here for you guys. A-M-A-Tor. And we did, at the end of last session, you guys had rolled well enough to determine that Amanator is what many consider to be an aspect of Lathander. And he is the god of creativity, dawn, renewal, birth, athletics, spring, self-perfection, vitality, and youth. Essentially, the god of the sun.
Fun. Do we see the lady who was mean to us last night?
Yes, she is going about kind of preparing some of the, common rituals that people would come in and do, making sure that all the candles and the, prayer area is nice and clean and well kept, removing all the old ones. She may be sweeping through some stuff depending on how long you guys watch her, but until you walk up and introduce yourself, she is so engrossed in her tasks that she is preoccupied. Now when you enter in here, you do notice kind of across the room, because you kind of enter from the, if you look at it with the back of the altar being the north side of the room, even though in this situation the back of the altar being the west side of the room. If you look at it with the back of the altar being the far side, you enter from the bottom left, and there are stairs across the way that go upstairs. That would be on the back side of this room.
That was very confusing, but I trust you entirely, and I know there's a staircase across the room from us.
Yes.
So that's good to know.
Yeah. Think of it like you guys are entering in the back of the temple on one side, and on the other side of the back of the temple, there are the stairs that go up. And there's a minor loft area on the back end, but where the altar is, there is a nice stained glass window with the symbol of Almanator. which is just a large sun with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 little spikes off of it.
Okay.
And there's some seating, not really like seating for people, but maybe something maybe for like, you know, more privacy or dignitaries. Some storage up there as well. And although you can't see up there from where you are, you do hear little footsteps pitter-pattering on the loft.
Rosemary's gonna like turn to her group and just be like, let me go talk to the lady over there, and I'll apologize for last night and just make sure it's all good if we go up and see Copper.
Levi goes to follow her, and then he just points at Dell, and he points upstairs, and then he does like the quick motion.
Nice.
As like Levi goes with her, she's just gonna like kind of stop and like put a hand on Levi's arm and just be like, I know things got a little heated last night. I can take this. It's okay.
She was very rude to me, and I wish to speak to her about it.
She was very rude to me too, but I don't think being rude back is going to get us places. So I'm just gonna pretend to be really nice.
Rosemary, I'm not here to be rude. I'm here to bury the hatchet, as they say.
Okay.
Bury it in
all right.
Back. All right,
and
so
don't trust him, but let's go.
All right, so Rosemary and Levi are going up towards the altar now. Bitte, are you following along with Del Nadre, who seems to be going up the stairs, or are you gonna walk with Rosemary and Levi? Bitte, if you may be muted, you may not be muted.
Sorry, one sec. I was being asked a question.
No worries.
Levi is going upstairs straight to Copper, and Rosemary is checking on the minister or whatever that we.
Del Nadre is going up to Copper, and Levi and Rosemary are going to go and talk to the minister, who was rude to them last time.
Okay. Bito will go with Del.
All right. So you guys make your way up, and you're able to cross the temple before Rosemary and Levi walk up to Mishan, the priest of the House of the Morning Lord. So you guys are already up the stairs before Mishan kind of looks up and looks at Rosemary and Levi, and she just lets out this large, audible sigh like, "Welcome to the House of the Morning Lord, place of worship for Amantor. How may I help you?"
Hi, I think we got off on the wrong foot last night. I brought you a peace offering, and I hold out the box of euros. Like, we just want to go and talk to Copper about an issue that he's been having. I'm sure that if we're able to help him with that, he'll also get out of your hair. So it would be in all of our best interest to just work together.
You brought me gyro meat? Really?
Is there a problem with it?
Ben, I think we can hear like loud laughter coming from behind you.
Yeah, there's other people in my house. I'm sorry.
Okay. I didn't know if your TV was like you're watching a sitcom or something. Yeah, no, I guess not. Don't really prefer it, but you know, food's food, I suppose. Couldn't have brought me some donuts or anything. Well, sounds like you just really want to talk to Copper.
That would have been really good.
It sounds like you really just want to talk to Copper, so why are you bothering me again?
Just because you're in charge of the place, you wanted to avoid any sort of issues. But yeah, we'll just go on up.
Yeah. You know what you could avoid is bothering me very late at night when I'm trying to go to bed. If you prefer to come during normal hours like you did this time, maybe we wouldn't have gotten off to such a wrong foot.
Good to know. We'll keep that in mind for next time we show up to a city after hours.
Yes. You know, I was once an adventurer too. I know how it is coming in late night, wandering the wilderness, and just trying to get a jump start on your quest. But we're regular people here now, and regular people do business during business hours, and I would really appreciate if you all respected those.
Of course. Okay, goodbye now. And I'm just gonna head towards the stairs.
What's
she kinda
the
coughs, like-
accepted vernacular for the Karen equivalent of the person who actually works in the service industry?
I don't know, but it can become Michonne now. She's such a Michonne. So she kind of coughs like and gestures to the offering plate that she has that's there in front of this altar. She's like,
We'll put the gyro meat on top of the offering plate and leave.
as you start to walk away, she's like, gods don't eat. So while I do appreciate that offer to me, Amantur would really appreciate it if when you entered his house, you gave thanks to the god that is likely holding back Oral in these trying times.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was Sylvanas.
Ooh.
Sylvanas? The tree? Since when do trees grow during winter?
Well, see, he seems to be keeping the spine of the world. He's holding the line there, so I can see how he's a little bit busy for this place. But anyway, thank you, and hopefully we can get out of your hair permanently. Goodbye. And I'll go head back towards the stairs.
Levi, do you follow her?
Uh-oh, he's muted.
He is muted. Levi, do you have anything to say? I'm gonna take that as a no at this time.
So that like water tribe avatar thing where you do like the eyes.
All right. Well, Rosemary, you're gonna approach just a little bit in this conversation that Pite and Del Nadri are gonna start. You, Pite and Del Nadri, you guys walk up the stairs and you see. Well, it turns out that Ganza's description of Copper was very accurate, as Copper is currently sporting a brown bodysuit coat that is made of like brown fur, and does have two little cutouts for his ears, but they aren't putting on the side of his head; they're on the top of his head. So, although his ears are covered on the side of the hood of the coat, he does have two little spots for if he had ears on top of his head, there would be little things there. And he's going about just kind of like sweeping up, moving boxes around the whole time, just muttering under his breath, like, God damn it, why am I here in this godforsaken winter? Damn Cretus, I always have to follow him up. No, he didn't show you anything. He wasn't appreciative of his cooking. I don't care. To hell with him. I don't know. And he's just going about, muttering about.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord Almighty. Oh, thank Lord. I'm Lathander. Oh, thank you, Lathander. And he's like making whatever gestures he needs to make to praise Lathander.
Swears in another god's name in the House of the Morning
Jesus
Lord.
Christ makes the sign of the Morning Lord.
Yeah, he has he's specifically making signs that you guys recognize as very common signs that one would make when they are an acolyte of Lathander.
And just to be clear, he's not speaking to me in Thieves' Cant.
He is not speaking to you in Thieves' Cant, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Is this a thing?
I want to say the last time somebody said something about Thieves' Cant. What was it, Del Nadre?
I don't know. I'm just, he's making lots of signs. I was just trying to make sure it wasn't like some kind of sign language.
No. It is accurate priesty signs for Lathander.
Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Just, Hey, you must be Copper. I can tell by your distinctive fashion.
Ah,
Very well regarded in town.
yeah, well, naysayers can be naysayers. I'm warm, and that's all that matters.
No, friend, I have to say, I'm honestly a little bit jealous.
Oh.
I have an eye for textiles, and clearly you do as well.
Oh, well. He kind of just like stutters for a second, opens his mouth as if he's going to say something, and then just kind of, yeah. Well, how can I help you? I'm not really the temple priestess here. That's that shrewd lady downstairs. Oh, such a headache.
We heard that you have a friend in cabin that is working on some interesting project.
Oh, great. Another person coming to talk about Macretus. Yes, how can I help you with my so-called friend who dragged me up here to this godforsaken cold?
Who was asking about him before?
Oh, it's hard to kind of describe him. He's just, if you had pictured like the most average-looking human, that's who asked me. Didn't give me his name, but he knew enough, and well, I was he lent an ear, and I definitely talked his ear off, complaining about Macretus. It was rather nice. It was a few days ago.
Vita looks at Dallas like, I thought you had not talked to him yet.
Wasn't me.
No, it wasn't him. Like I said, the most average-looking human. Too average, almost. Something was off about the way he looked, but, well, a friendly ear is a friendly ear, right? Praise Lathander.
Did he happen to offer his name, or?
Nope. Not that I can remember. Granted, I don't really remember the name of everybody I interact with on every day, so he may have. I just didn't deem it as information I thought I should keep.
When was this that you met this individual?
Actually, rather recent. Only 3 days ago.
Interesting. Did he say why he was interested in your friend?
Did you say why you were interested in my friend?
Not yet, but I mean, we haven't hardly even had a conversation yet.
Well, how about first? Let's talk about what you want to talk about, and then I may be more inclined to spill the details of another adventurer.
Well, a friend of ours is dealing with a bit of an affliction that we have reason to believe your pal might be able to help him out with, or at least share some information that could be beneficial. That's just where...
An affliction. He kind of looks... at this point, Rosemary, you've kind of... No, you're not there yet. He kind of looks you up and down and looks at Pite up and down, and he's like, I don't think any of you are afflicted with anything that he could help, and, did you have a problem with weather traveling around with you? Because it's really all Macretus was worried about was this damned cold. Thought it'd be his ticket to fame. Get Lathander's notice quicker. Skyrocket his fame and fortune, and, well, make it into Lathander's hot list, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting. Now, it's possible it might not be your friend specifically that has the information we need, but it's just we keep hearing something about this cabin keeps popping up,
that
and
cabin, that damned cabin. Whoever built that freaking cabin right out in the middle of the tundra. Why? I don't know, but they definitely didn't keep up with it. But Macretus said that he heard from somebody that it was free, and he thought it'd be the perfect place to test out his little artifact. Oh, I should have known it was going to be a piece of dump.
Why would special at this cabin that would help him with his doohickey?
Well, it was in the middle of the tundra. He was working on a way to help to stop this winter. Can you believe it? Can you believe he dragged me up here from down south to go into this winter, knowing full well it was already more intense than anything 10 Towns had ever seen? 10 Towns, the ice block of the world. Goodness, and I thought I could help. I thought it'd be quick and easy. We'd get up here, we'd finish it, we'd get back down, we'd stop it. Praise upon us. Praise be Lathander is what I'd be singing back in our town. No, it was not that easy.
When was the last time you heard from your friend?
Oh, about 2 weeks ago. 20 days or so.
Is that unusual for it to go that long without hearing anything from him?
I had been staying with him out in the cabin for such a long time, and he was supposed to have checked in about 5 days or so ago, but he missed it. And, well, he doesn't have his provisions, and, hey, are you guys trying to find him or something?
I glance over at Bite because it's kind of like, oh, geez, are we looking to take on someone else's problems?
We would be interested in discussing his project. Yes.
Oh, well, if you are making your way out to the cabin, it's a long trek, and I have no interest, especially after the argument that we had the last time I saw him. No interest at all to trek into that damned storm. I have some provisions here. Everything except for his favorite wine. I have to say that, fell over and I had to drink it. Would you mind taking it up to him? I'd be happy enough to draw you a map on where you need to go.
Yes, we can accomplish that. We are well fitted for transporting goods.
Good. Well, before you leave then, I'll show you where we've stored the number of crates for him. It's enough to last him another month. Luckily, his homunculus doesn't quite eat as much, so although there's 2 bodies there, only 1 person needs to eat it. He's a small fellow, this gnome.
Yes, excellent. Yes, please, go ahead and put together that map. I'm sure I can follow it well enough.
Yes. Well, anyways. What else did you want to know? Because I have some chores I have to do here. It's how I pay for my room. Unless you'd like to chip in some gold so I can take a week off or something, I kind of need to get back to it.
Is there anything else you think we should be aware of about this cabin? Like you say, it's just out in the middle of nowhere. Draw us a map. That's cool. But anything we need to know? Anything dangerous in the area?
Rosemary, you will, at this point, you and Levi are going to join them. You kind of walk up and join the conversation as Don Audrey is asking what else we need to be aware of. And he's just like, there's all numbers of problems out there in the tundra. Got those raid tribes, Yeti encounters, just the cold itself. It does seem very odd. The first time we ever walked up to the cabin, it seemed rather normal. But the more that Macretus worked on his artifact, the weather got worse and worse. It's like Oral was aware, intensified the storm on us. Maybe it was just our, the favor the Lathander gave upon us as acolytes. She just was kind of upset about it. I don't know. Otherwise, all I know is it's very cold up there. Routinely getting hit with blizzards, and well, the cabin's built so close to the gorge, you kind of have to approach it from one side. It's a rather tough hike up the hill.
Understood.
Where's the cabin? You said you drew us, or I guess I got there after he said he drew us a map.
So yeah, so you're aware that this cabin from when you scried is on the kind of southeastern face of the of Kelvin's cairn, kind of close from Cair Koenig.
And it's the same cabin that we're talking about.
You assume so?
He said he was going to draw us a map, though. Yeah.
Yes, he has not yet gotten to that though.
Okay. All right. Okay. If he's going to draw us a map, then I don't need to ask him where it is.
Yeah. He is going to draw y'all a map.
Levi reaches out a hand to Copper, and he says, "Hello, Copper. I'm Levi."
Oh, wonderful. Hello, Levi. I'm Copper. You know, I have to say, you're the first person out of all of these questionnaires that have actually introduced themselves. So it's good to put a name to a face, even if I will probably never see you again.
I hope that's not the case. You see, I'm dying, and I'm trying to avoid doing that.
Honestly, just by saying that just makes it more likely that I won't see you again.
Well, that doesn't make me feel great, Copper.
That was rather rude, Copper.
I did not think I was here to lift your spirits. I thought I was just here to survive through this damned cold, to do chores for that shrewd lady, and to wait on my godforsaken friend to come back and hopefully have fixed this winter. But forgive me.
What's your rent here? How much are you doing in chores / gold?
Well, some days it's nothing. Some days it's everything in the moon. It all depends on how much work Michonne wants to do that day.
Yeah, how much to get her off your back?
I don't know. It'd probably take a lot to cool the tempers of Michonne. Especially considering she has this backwards view of Lathander, always calling him on tour. It's an aspect, and it's not even a recent one.
Give him 5 gold, and I say, will this allow you to not have to do chores for a little bit?
He kind of pockets it, and he's just like, yes, of course, but a bit more would probably help.
You'll be fine.
That's what I got, but at least it'll get her off your back for a minute.
Yes, of course. Did you bring anything else for me, then?
There's some euros downstairs.
Oh, shit? No shit?
Yeah.
Oh.
She didn't seem to like them, but I think you would appreciate them.
Yeah, she's a vegetarian. It's understandable. It's kind of a insult, honestly, if you ask me to bring her some hero meat. Or gyro meat.
Well,
No, I think he does call it hero meat.
Yes, but you know, Gons, he's a kind of a loose screw in the head, if you ask me.
I would almost say it's an insult to the hero meat to not eat it.
Of course, but don't worry, I'll make sure that gets eaten. I'll make sure it gets. In fact, you know, if y'all have nothing else to ask me, let me just get ahead to making that map for y'all. Put those provisions out, and y'all can trek on out. You know, if you left today, you could probably reach the cabin by mid-morning tomorrow.
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, we'll get him to draw a map for us.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions for Copper before?
Anything you want us to tell your friend when we get there?
Oh, yeah. Tell him it's much more warmer here in Bryn Shander. And although I don't want to really admit it, I would really hope that he comes back safely so that we can return home and just put all this winter business behind us.
Alright, we will pass that on.
Good. I don't know what that is, but
yeah, I don't know what's happening, but
Every now and then we're getting Gallica sounds. Levi, Dale, Bitte, anything else you guys would like to ask of Copper before he gives you guys the map? Nope. Okay. Well, he gives you. He sets aside the provisions. There's about 4 crates full of provisions, rations, materials he would need for the research that he's doing. Just general stuff. Some extra clothes, some extra wools and blankets, firewood and other stuff. Things that, some of the stuff he probably could easily have gathered on his own, but it does seem like this person, Copper, may have been the kind of person who may have kept up a bit better with supplies from Macretus, who seems to be more focused on his work. Now, we're going to shift now to the world map. Bear with me for a moment here. Where is this world map? There it is. Alright. So,
Is there like a cat meowing in the background? Is that just me that hears that?
It might be my mother
I hear.
downstairs. Give me one moment.
I hear something. But
Someone
not
is
quite
hollering.
something like that. Indeed.
I did have my door open, but alright, so now that we are here on the world map, so you guys are, although you say that you were over there in Termali, you are currently in Bryn Shander.
We are.
Now, based on the map, you can determine, that it is somewhere in this region. Over there, that blue circle right there. So it's the south, maybe a little bit more to the southeastern section of Kelvin's Cairn. Now this lines up pretty much. You believe that this is going to be the same cabin that you scribed. Now, when you guys first scribed, it didn't really seem like it was a gnome. The figure, although you couldn't really tell the size, didn't really have a general gnomish size, as you've so far heard Macretus be referenced. That being said, you really only got like kind of a shadow, so it is still possible that Macretus is the person that you were looking for. And I don't know, however, I believe when you scribed outside of Lonelywood, correct? You spent a day in Lonelywood, then you spent a day or two in Tourmaline, and you then arrived here in Bryn Shander. We're going to say it's been 3 days since you scribed there in Lonelywood, okay?
Okay.
Or if it's not been, it's going to line up with when that figure had talked to Copper. So, how would you all like to make your way to the cavern? You can, I guess, make a straight beeline from Bryn Shander to the cabin, only a mere 14 miles, or you can walk along the road and come from Caer Konig, only a mere 3 miles.
I feel like, especially considering like it'll be like over a day of travel, it would be better to spend the night in either Caer Dineval or Caer Konig if we can get that far.
Yeah. If you left
And then
now,
we can, like-
you can make your way to Caer Konig by the evening, have a nice night staying with the locals, and then get up early in the morning and trek out for the Black Cabin.
I feel like that would be smarter than going across unknown territory and like camping in the middle of nowhere.
I agree with that.
All right. Okay. We're gonna, for the most part, and I'll just state this, because it makes it a lot easier in terms of having your provisions and stuff. Generally speaking, when you finish your quests, you're gonna kind of make your way back to Bryn Shander. We will hand wave kind of your travel, so we're not gonna like go to Caer Konig and then now roleplay meeting with the people and getting everything and say you can pick up what you need from certain areas and utilize the resources that you know are in those towns. But since we're focusing a lot of what we're doing now on the tundra, heading out of Bryn Shander, even if you travel along the towns, makes the most sense because it's the biggest town. You're going to find what you need there without having to like, oh, we were in Caer Konig, but I needed to buy something. Well, I have to go to Bryn Shander to buy that, and then make your way back. It just makes it easier. So, but you make your way out to Caer Konig, taking along with you your dogs and your capybaras, or would you like to leave them back in Bryn Shander?
Well, we need our dogs for the dog sleds, yeah?
Yes.
Just as a quick side note before we head out of Bryn Shander, I'd like to make sure we stock up on firewood.
Oh yeah, smart.
Yeah. Now you did have some firewood in the provisions that that Copper made you go with. Do you still choose to have?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get some of our own to have, not dip into that unless we, had to for some reason.
Absolutely have to.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Smart move.
All right. So you guys get whatever provisions that you need. Firewood. You have all your winter clothing. You are well suited for trek across the tundra in terms of snowshoes and stuff like that. And you have your dog sleds. And you make it out of Caer Konig one day into the future. So one day has passed now. We are now 19 days out from the Speaker's Council. And you make your way out along the tundra going towards the in the direction that you believe the Black Cabin to be. Now you have a map, although Copper all kind of just generally circled an area on the map and like, yeah, it's here. Okay, so you know the general area you're going, but you're still going to have to search for this when you approach closer to it. And so
He did say we had to approach from a certain angle. Did he say like which direction?
He just said that it was on a gorge, so you had to approach from the other side. He did not give any more explanation to that of like really where it is. Copper's didn't really come off as the more adventuring type. Likely he left following something he had a trail that he normally went through. He followed it back, and he just knows the general locations of anything on there. He wouldn't have been able to tell you it was this side or that side.
He knows the gist.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we leave Caer Konig in the morning, then I'd like to go by the shop where that guy sold like the adventuring gear and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Because they had like guides. Ask them if they're aware of a cabin, if they're in an area where there might be a gorge or something, if any of that sounds familiar to them.
Yeah. Let me look up his name. I think it was Artus. Artus. A-R-T-U-S. Let me just double check, make sure I'm saying that correctly. That's not Caer Konig. Caer Dinival. Caer Konig here. Yes, so Atenas. Wow, that was kind of off on there. Atenas. Atenas the Swift is the guide there, and he takes the map and he's just like, oh, yeah, there is a cabin, but I haven't been there in a few years. I wish I could tell you more, but he's able to shrink the circle down quite a bit, respectively when you really think about it.
Yeah, no, that's
to the point of
more than... That's actually just a huge help on its own. So thank you for that.
Yeah, so he's able to say there, and he lets you know, yeah, that cabin is, it's old. It was built well before 10 Towns and has seen a number of owners throughout the years. I've even stayed on it one night. Just be wary. It's not a sturdy structure.
Oh, what are you doing?
That's not even me. That's happening across the road.
Well, you know how your microphone likes to always place itself inside noise.
Yeah, I'll mute myself. We will be sure to be careful about the structure. Thank you for your guidance.
Are there any kind of stories about this place?
Oh.
I feel like there's got to be something, right?
Stories. I mean, I know there was a little gnome that asked about it a couple months back. I think, gosh, 6 months or so ago. In fact, his gnome friend came back through here about 2 weeks or so. He was throwing a huge fit, barely said hello, went right on through town and made his way back to Bryn Shander. I mean, every now and then I have heard there's that one wandering Goliath. He likes to stay there every now and then, but you know, not really. It's an old cabin somebody built and has been abandoned, and it's general knowledge to the adventurers in the area that you can use it if you need to, right? Nobody owns it. It's just there. Nobody also upkeeps it, though, either.
When he says that thing about the Goliath, I'm going to glance over at Bite, raise an eyebrow.
Does Bita
This
know anything of
Goliath?
this cabin?
He kind of looks up and he's like, "No, I know who Bite is. No, not Bite. You know, well, Bite, he may or may not be in your tribe, but he very commonly makes his way around. He, honestly, I have to say, he may be an exile. He always travels alone. I've never seen him in the company of another Goliath, and he does not like 10 towns. Spends all of his days in the tundra, so, you know. Don't know his name. I wish I could be more of a help to you."
I've known a few like this. Maybe we'll keep our eyes peeled.
Yeah, Bitte, you can roll me, let's say history, to see if you remember. Although, you know, it's not uncommon that Goliaths are exiled for whatever they do, and because they generally don't like the civilization of 10 towns, they often do find themselves just wandering around the tundra, you know, just living on the land.
Totes. Let me go ahead. History, you said?
Yes.
15?
15. The only thing that comes to mind is an old tale you were told when you were very young. Not that there, like I said, there are commonly Goliaths that are exiled, but nobody really talks to them a lot. But there is one Goliath that people talk about. Oya Mineratok. Some say she can take the form of a hulking polar bear. But whether or not that's true or just legend, you've never met this individual.
Do you know if it is a male or a female?
No. They just always refer it to as a Goliath, not he or she.
Mm.
And the one that
Well,
is
Goliath.
the Oya Minaratok is a female. It is a she.
And there are a few that are exiled, but very few of the exiles have names that make it back with stories to the people. We'll keep these in the backup.
Well, they sell you whatever equipment you might need. Denaj, are you going to buy your wood from Kaer Koenig or Bryn Shander?
I had originally thought of it in Bryn Shander.
Okay. I don't, off the top of my head, know what a bundle of wood is, but in Bryn Shander it would have been full price, where here in Kaer Koenig it would have been half price.
Okay. Well,
Not that it becomes a point of, you know, I do have.
I
this.
would have asked Bite, and they're like, oh, you know, hey, you think we can get wood cheaper here, there?
Yeah, I think it was discussed that like in Bryn Shander they got like higher prices and shit.
Yes.
Yeah, if that's the case, I would have waited till we got to Caer Konig.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that said, if you want Pinion, you can only really get that in Brinchander or Lonelywood. No,
yeah.
they
Yeah.
don't.
Bryn Shander does have a larger availability, but when it comes to just I just want to burn it, smaller towns would probably be where it would be best for you to purchase it. But
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I just want to make sure we have some firewood as more of an emergency than anything. I'm expecting BT can probably forage up most of what we need, but going out on the tundra, we might hit some treeless areas.
very true. Yeah. All right. Well, if there's anything else you guys need to prepare for, let me know now. Otherwise, we're gonna kick you guys out onto the
Tundra.
onto the tundra. So you have about a 3-hour or 3-mile trek, and now utilizing your dog sleds, you're able to travel about 1 mile an hour. So it's gonna take you, as long as you don't get lost, which BT will have advantage on the survival check to find the place given the map. As long as you don't get lost, you should have no time arriving just before noon and have plenty of light to help solve the issue, investigate whatever you need to do, and who knows, maybe even return by the evening. Although you did bring preparations and any kind of materials that, should you need to stay in the cabin overnight, you will be prepared to do so.
Sweet.
Nice.
All right.
Let's do it to it.
Let's do it to it. So, Bite, if you could roll me a survival check with advantage.
Let's go, BT.
Let's go, Bite.
Let's go, BT.
Alright, let's
Let's
do
go,
it.
Bite.
Do you want guidance? I can do guidance.
Your guidance is always appreciated.
I will give him guidance.
Woo!
Ooh. So no matter what, you are going to get there in as fast as
Damn.
possible. Bite is just like, oh, moment of
I
inspiration.
never need someone with so much survival.
He's just like, yeah, I've actually been there before. I can't believe I didn't notice. I can't believe I didn't say anything about this before, which is not unheard of. Bita, you probably are aware of the cabin, but it probably would have been something more of like you stumbled upon it rather than like I know exactly where it is. But things just worked out for you here, and now you know exactly where it is. So in 3 hours, you are gonna make it. Now the weather, as I've mentioned before, is rough. And in this early morning, as you set out, it is all the necessary ingredients for a blizzard are out there. So we will know now what is about to happen.
As we crest a rise over and see the cabin, it's like, I remember this gorge now. I came through here once chased by a storm, had to shelter down. I know the way. Come on, yeah!
Goliath was you. You are the cryptid
I
all along.
I mean, that is my whole shtick, that I am the cryptid all along.
It's true.
The
The real cryptid was the friends we made along the way.
So as you guys are going, a blizzard hits you about midway through. It seems like it's going to be a light blizzard, maybe only an hour or so. It slows you down by 1 hour, so that it's going to take you about 4 hours to make this trek. Your visibility is reduced as the heavy winds and the snowfalls just kind of blanket the world around you in just this piercing white. Just this unnerving white. But Bete, as you track along, your eyes, your ears are heightened, and you hear that you are being tracked. Something small, 4-legged, not too small in your standards, but maybe large, roughly the size, maybe a wolf, maybe a bit bigger. It's just prowling behind you, stalking you as if you were prey, but keeping its distance. It's a bit unnerving, the amount of intelligence this animal is displaying to kind of keep itself out of your vision, but you were just a bit too heightened for it to escape.
It's another capybara come to join our party.
This one's just taking the aggressive route to friendship.
So now, Bitte, knowing this, how do you proceed?
Beta will drop back, or actually he'll motion for Dell to send their familiar up, and he'll tell the familiar and let Dell distribute the information that something is watching us from just beyond our sight line, and to keep an eye out. As Beta is functioning as lead sled dog at this point.
Yeah, I figured
Okay.
Bitte was probably like leading the way.
Yeah, so he doesn't have the dogs running off into something he can't see and potentially putting themselves in danger.
Delnage, roll me perception for Tansy. You're familiar to see how well they can kind of make out this beast that is prowling behind them.
It's a reskinned owl, FYI. Tansy does have keen hearing and sight,
and
giving advantage on perception checks.
Let's see. He's just going to roll it with normal, though, because in the blizzard it is more difficult.
Disadvantage from blizzard. Yeah, that's fair.
So
22.
Still good. You kind of pick out, and given Tansy's had some experience now, in the last few days with your wolves, with your sled dogs, who are practically the size of wolves, that the figure that seems to be following you guys is very similar, if not another sled dog, than a wolf, a lone wolf out here on the tundra. You will notice, Tansy does notice, though, and would relay this back to Delnadri, that it is not acting like a normal wolf would be. It's a lot more, it's keeping its distance. It almost stops whenever we stop. And it doesn't seem to be trying to approach or stealth its way any closer. But it has been following you guys for at least, as you guys are making your way, it is continually following you to the point where you are confident that it is stalking you.
All right, I'm going to relay that information to the group and kind of see.
Does Beta sense any plane portals within 1 mile?
Within 1 mile. So you've been going about 2 hours now. No, not planar portals. Is it planar energy that you can sense, or is it planar portals?
I believe it's specifically portals. I will double check and post it.
If it's portals, no. If it's planar energy, faintly.
It's portals.
Oh. Yeah. At this time, no.
This is after we're within a mile of the cabin.
Yeah, you're roughly within a mile. You've traveled 2 hours. This last mile is going to be the toughest because this is when you entered the blizzard. But you know you're getting closer to it.
Now, is it wolf size or is it polar bear size? Because we didn't wasn't there the Goliath that was said to be able to turn into a polar bear?
Yes, it is more wolf size though, and Tansy was able to determine that just because how much time it spent with wolf-sized animals.
Fair enough.
So should we just let this thing keep tracking us and see how that goes, or should we address this?
Better to deal with it when we are out of the wind.
All right.
I could always howl at it and see what that does. See if it's a friend or foe, or if it wants to talk to us.
I second the motion. I would like to see you howl.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna do Speech of the Woods, and literally just turn around on my dog sled and let out a big ol' howl that in whatever language means are you friend or foe?
The silent, the wind is just not silent, but you don't hear any response until all of a sudden, just through the fog. No, sorry, through the blizzard, you faintly hear some words in Druidic. Depends on who's asking.
Well, it's a druid. I say to my friends.
How do you know?
Well, because they said something in druidic. That or it's a very smart animal.
Sounds about right.
We definitely haven't encountered any awakened beasts yet.
Wasn't the thing was awakened, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Deer?
The moose.
Yeah.
The moose, yes.
The moose.
And just to remind you guys, the awakened shrub did mention that the frost druid, Averson, Vernisson's sister, Ravison, sorry, did mention that Ravison had made multiple awakened beasts throughout the tundra. The only one you really knew of, however, was the awakened beast outside of Mare or Dualden, kind of near Bremen.
Okay.
And the awakened shrub had mentioned that one did not have a penchant for evil.
Yeah, I will call back in Druidic and say, we'll discuss when we're out of the blizzard.
And it calls back, nah.
Nah.
That's it? Just nah?
Just fucking nah.
Just nah.
Nah, fam.
Like, nah, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Like nah. A very just like a nah.
Oh.
Well, ask it if it wants to talk now.
Do you want to talk now?
This time now a bit more fainter and perhaps even further out. Nah.
I think it's leaving.
Sounds like a weirdo. Let's get moving.
Hey, see you later, bye! I'm just like, continue on.
Ask if it knows Ravison.
It's like, wait, do you know Radisson?
There is no...
Ravison?
There is
Do you
no...
know the Radisson Suites?
There
Radisson Hotels?
No response on the wind, but it is at this time that Bite, the ground has started to rise, and you can kind of barely make out through the blizzard the faint shades and darknesses that might so represent a cabin.
There it is ahead. Come.
We'll follow him.
As he trudges with his boots set to the widest setting to make an easy path for the follower people.
All right, the black cabin. Dun dun dun. All right, let's find ourselves on the black cabin map. Actually, one moment. Where is it? Oh, there it is. It's just not in order. All right, so you guys do approach, and you see the gorge off on the side. Kind of just, you guys are approaching at this cliff face. You approach from the south, but the gorge was from the west. Kind of where you had to shift a bit more to the east and then come back up at an angle to avoid not kind of having to come right up the side of the cliff at times. Yeah, let me place your characters on the map real quick, just so that you guys... Where's all your characters? There's Rosemary. All right.
We're hiding.
I know, right? Now we're going to go to the black cabin. All right. So
This is some weird vision I've got.
yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. Let me Let me adjust some items here. Delete.
There we go.
I don't
That
wanna,
already makes it way better.
I don't want to make
Yeah.
it daytime because then it would reveal everything inside the house. So, but this is
Sure.
going to be a good alternative because whatever reason they decided they really needed to stop that outhouse from you looking at the outhouse. Can't look at that house, damn it.
We can't see the outhouse.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Time to read.
Outhouse, more like Chamber of Secrets.
All right. So, as you approach the cabin, which is perched on the edge of a snowy ridge above a gorge that is one of the lone locations out here on this side of Kelvin Cairn that actually has forest still. Now, granted, the trees that kind of surround this cabin are heavily aged, and their canopies are rather low. But those in the gorge, maybe just being kept away from the always blowing winds up here on the ridge, they have a pretty lushness down in the gorge. So perched on the edge of this snowy ridge above a gorge is a black lodge on wooden stilts. Whatever path may have led to this ramshackle retreat now lies buried under snow. Icy steps climb to a snow-covered walkway that clings to the south side of this structure. The building's slumped posture and sagging snow-covered roof, coupled with the broken windows and loose flapping shutters, suggest utter abandonment. Large drifts huddle around the rotting stilts and engulf a nearby woodshed and outhouse. Only the wind visits the sinister place. Now, it is up on stilts, so imagine kind of a beach house or something that you might see in Galveston where, you're going to be walking up the walkway just to enter into it, which is 20 feet above the ground.
Yeah.
In fact, let me just give these for you.
The stairs are like right here, yeah.
Or
If I could ping, that'd be great. There
right
we go.
there. Yes, those are the stairs that enter in. Now, the outhouse that's right here looks just like a big lump of snow. Only by kind of getting closer to it and you notice that it is an outhouse. You do notice it's a structure because it's just a giant lump of snow in the middle of the what looked to be like an empty little area. Additionally, snow drifts have so covered up underneath the stilts that it's almost like mid chest to head high. So walking through where you currently are underneath the building, you're going to be trudging through just full on snow.
I would like to mention that I have 0 vision.
Oh.
I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Not really. Give me one moment, y'all. I'll be right back.
Sure.
In aquarium, is there like a liner of like styrofoam or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But those shrimp eggs.
No, sorry. The shrimp are a live birth. She
Yeah,
had the
heard that
eggs.
baby in the
She still
background.
has it. She
Gotta
has
go
one.
be a dad.
No, I'm sorry. That's probably the styrofoam from like a past plant that I built. Sorry.
Imagine being a dad. Gross.
Okay, I am back. Levi, let me fix your vision real quick. I'm sorry, not Levi, Del Nadre. It shows that you have vision, but very often all I have to do is click vision on, then off. Is that better?
Nope.
Nope. Is that better?
Nope.
Huh. I don't think it's on my side then, because on my thing it looks like you have vision.
Can you see your token?
Can you see everyone
Yeah.
else's token?
Nope.
Just your token? What the hell?
On a black screen.
Take your vision off.
Ah,
And take
I've
your
lost my
vision
token.
on,
Ah, I found my token.
but still nothing else.
Nothing.
What the hell? No, let's do 5 feet. What does it look like now?
Now I can see a very small circle around myself.
What the heck? And nobody else is having vision issues?
No,
Nope.
I can see like the bits of the map that we're allowed to see.
Okay. Yeah, it's even on daylight mode. So it really should have no problem.
Now I can see everything.
Can you see inside the building?
Nope.
Okay, good. Then I just needed to adjust. I just basically needed to open up the vision and close it back again. I didn't even change anything. Lovely. Lovely roll 20. Okay, so now that we're back at it, so you have your little wood shack here, which has a lot of logs that kind of seem very old. They've been exposed to the elements quite often. And then the outhouse here, which does not look like anybody has used it, at least in the past few days.
Fair enough. And the steps leading up are where again?
Right here.
Oh, is that what those are?
Yeah.
Okay. They kind of
Shall
just look
we-
like logs.
Head up.
I don't
start
see
trekking
why
over.
not.
Start trekking over towards the stairs, keeping my eyes open.
Yeah,
Seeing
same.
if there's anything other than snow underneath the house.
All right. Nothing that you can't quite hear anything. Although the blizzard let up a little bit as you guys approached the ridge, when you came up to this cabin, the weather has shifted. It feels colder. The ice, there's like an icy chill on the wind, and although there's no snow falling, there's just frost on everything. The winter does not.
This
seem to have
wind
been
is making me
calm.
rather nippy.
We are aware.
Now you do notice, even as you walk up to it, that it does seem like the western part of this house is currently just sticking out, jutting out across, out all over the gorge. Some of it's still just kind of hanging loose. The gorge itself, the edge of the cliff has fallen away. You don't know how long it has been, but it adds just more credence to the downtrodden nature of this cabin.
Are there trees? I guess I'd have to go up to see, because in order to see if this is like recent or not, is like seeing how close the trees are to that edge, because I can see that there are trees down there.
Right.
But if something were to fall like yesterday, then probably there'd be some dirt down there.
Right. Upon closer inspection, looking down, although some of the trees that are closer to the edge of the gorge look newer, it does not look like this is something that has been happening in recent times. A few years, if not more.
Okay, good to know.
In fact, actually, roll me nature with advantage. Bree would probably have some inspiration on tree growth. Not that Rosemary wouldn't, but
They both know trees.
reading forest lines would definitely be a bit more. Yeah, you'd be able to better estimate it at maybe like 10 to 15 years since the cliff face fell back, based on the age of the trees underneath.
The rest of the house must be sturdy, or must have used to be sturdy. They kept on using it after the collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Or the fact that the rest of it hasn't collapsed in 15 years. Alright, we'll head towards the stairs.
I'd like to take a look at this wood pile. Does this look like some nice firewood?
It does not. It looks like, well, I guess, Bitta, you probably would know more on this. Wood that's been left out for years. Just, open to the elements. I would assume that it would have kind of had like a frost rot or something like that, like frostbite, but for wood.
If it was kept completely frozen after it had the chance to dry out, if it was kept in like freezing temperatures the entire time, would be fine. But if it was like a freeze and a thaw, it would be rotted from the warm time.
Knowing that you're aware that Macretus has been here for 6 months, the wood looks older than that.
Okay.
So, and it's
So he hasn't been using this wood pile.
well, it's a low. We'll say it's a low pile. So maybe he may have used it, and this is just like the very bottom of it. He needed more supplies. Maybe they're just using this wood to keep the wood off the ground itself to help better protect the wood that he does add. But
The dregs.
yeah, in terms of usable wood, no, not really.
Well, he does have firewood in his provisions, so I guess they planned for that.
Yeah.
All right,
a
let's
whole
head on
bunch
inside.
of torches.
What did you say, Levi? Torches?
I said a whole bunch of torches.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Let's get it.
Head on up. Boop, boop, boop. The stairs don't like collapse under me, do they?
No, they do not. Now, how are you
I
progressing?
want to do.
How are you progressing along these stairs? This walkway.
Probably relatively normally, but like keeping an ear out if it's creaking or like rotting.
Okay. All right. And Delnadri, are you walking along the right side of the cabin there?
I was gonna say I kind of want to do like a loop around, walk around to the back and see what's. Because I mean, I guess we kind of can't see all the way through.
You do notice as you walk around, a lot of the windows from the building are, rather. They're boarded up. There's no more glass on these windows. They are generally just boarded up. Now there is some.
Oh, there's not even like a back.
Yeah, anything you guys see, there's not really anything on the back. The back side has 2 windows back there, but it's very close to the edge of the gorge, and it kind of quickly drops down as well. Now the snow drifts form some embankments around the edges of those stilts on the outside. You kind of can peek up and see that the snow gets a little bit shorter and lower underneath the building, but you would be really trekking through that snow, and you would be kind of exposing yourself to some rather extreme temperatures by trying to get underneath the building. However, you could kind of walk all the way through underneath it.
Not interested in that. I head back.
Mm.
Doop. Doop. They're like,
Yeah, I will. I'll wait a little bit just to make sure that everything's sturdy and that it's not going to collapse under the weight of 2 people, and then I'll follow them up.
All right, and Delnadri, I did forget to mention this back window, not the first window not the second or third window the first or second window you passed, or the third, but the 4th window was open.
right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. In that case,
That is 20 feet up if you needed to go up.
hello. I am a bird.
So, looking into this room, a stiff wind
Come.
blows through the broken window in the east wall, causing the tattered gray curtains to billow and flap like angry ghosts. Snow covers a bed and much more of the surrounding floor. This room does not look like it's been inhabited in such a long time. In fact, the snowdrift that has came in is piled up against the door to the south of the room. And Rosemary and Levi, as you guys slowly make your way in, although the boards kind of creak every now and then, it is generally safe as long as you and Levi are not close together. You do notice anytime you guys kind of get closer, it creaks more, as if maybe it wouldn't be the best thing to, consolidate your weight.
Fair enough. I'll leave some distance.
Yeah. Rosemary's gonna start heading towards this door. So I guess if I can peek in through this window on the way.
Yeah. So as you peek in through the window, frost covers almost every surface of this abandoned workshop. You can easily make out a set of smith's tools and a tinker's tools on the table on the inside, along with some bits of twisted metal. And it looks like the bookcase across the way here has a harmless little family of squirrels that poke their head out as they hear the creak of somebody walking along the footsteps.
There's squirrels in the bookcase?
Yes, there are squirrels in the bookcase. There's a set of smith tools and tinker's tools there on the table, and there is nothing else in that room for you there.
Okay.
And Del Nadre, I don't believe Tansy has the ability to open a door.
Nah, but I'm gonna try to climb in this window because that's the kind of thing I would do.
Yeah, all right. I think you have a climber's tool, right?
Yeah, I have climber's kit.
All right. Given the intense cold of this area, and just the general lack of repair and the way the cabin looks, I'm gonna have you roll athletics for as you throw that in there.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good enough.
It's a 12.
You're able to get up there. You do hear a lot of creaking of woods, and as you get up, you kind of look around. And you're like, "Ooh, that any heavier, and it may have been pretty difficult for me to pull myself up there." But you're able to walk yourself into that room, and you leave the rope hanging out the window for anybody who needs to climb up the 20 feet.
I'm just gonna Tansy
And,
jump it. It's
before-
unnecessary clutter.
And Rosemary, before you continue or you and Levi continue, Bitte, what are you doing now?
Beta is going to walk around and get a feel for what looks the most viable for him to go on.
Yeah, definitely the walkway. Although seeing how Levi and Rosemary have gone up, you do know that you probably need to take some time and wait. Now, however, you did see Del Nadre go up, and kind of climbing through the window. You don't think it wouldn't be too out of the way, but at the same time, you are a rather large person, so maybe going up the walk would be helpful.
Yeah, he'll take the walk.
All right.
Keep his distance from everyone else.
So Rosemary, you peek in, you look at the look through the window. The door right there next to you seems if at the very least you can't just push it open. But at the very regardless of the fact, it does not seem like it could keep you back.
Is this window have glass in it, or is it just open?
It's just open. There is no more glass left in the structure.
In lieu of breaking down the door, because I feel like that might be a little harsh, I'm gonna call out to the squirrels and ask them if they have seen someone living here, and when the last time he was here.
Oh, yes. Big, small man, big to us, small to you.
Yeah, the small man. Where is the small man?
Small man, go boom.
Go boom?
Go boom.
When go boom?
When?
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 Squirrels don't really have a concept of time.
That's fair.
When?
How many bright night?
How many days we have seen the sun?
Don't know the fucking when, but they know what a day is.
How many
Trying
times?
to
How many
describe
times?
when the sun goes up.
How many times we have seen our great Lord and Savior Lathander rise from the evening?
Exactly.
Yes. 3.
3 days go boom.
3 days go boom.
Cool. Where
good,
go boom?
Not good eating. Other room.
Other room. Okay, I'm gonna start heading around this way.
All right.
I say thank you.
Thank you.
What was it that happened 3 days before? Or
That
I
was.
guess
that
We
was,
scried.
So that was
4
right
days
around.
ago.
Yeah, the roughly similar time you guys scribed, and at the same time, You also had heard somebody had came by Copper asking about Macretus 3 days ago.
Gotcha.
Just want to say, man, Macretus wasn't really trying too hard to stick to his timetable. Copper said he was supposed to show up like 5 days ago. If he exploded 3 days ago, man, he hadn't even left.
He was just too enveloped in his work. All right.
Send that sending spell. Yeah, I'm on my way. 2 days later, still haven't even left.
That person who sends on my way when they like are rolling out of bed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Levi, Bitte, scoot yourselves up closer as Rosemary, you can continue on going on. Now, Rosemary, you peek through this next window. This one is boarded up. But even through the boards, you immediately catch this faint smell of lingering burnt wood and flesh. As you peer through the little slats and the little slits in the wood, you also catch the faint odor of wine. Snow has fallen through the holes in the roof and has been pushed into the corners by the stiff wind blowing through the broken windows. Now, the broken windows are going to be on the far side of this room. And there is a broken window just to the south across a little gap on the walkway. Now, this door is... The window you're looking through is rather small. And the wooden boards that are on there are pretty sturdily attached. You're going to need to really give it some effort to break through, or you can just continue walking down, and you would find that the door down here is just kind of a little bit open, or rather the fact of the matter is part of the wood has been burned away. There's a little charred section in the top left corner, which would make it quite easy for you to reach your arms in and unlock the door if it is locked.
Yeah, I'll unlock the door down here.
So, one moment there. The walls and the furniture are scorched black, including a table with the charred remains of a book on it. That's that book right there in the film. Okay,
should I put myself? Oh, whoops.
Wait a moment. Next to the table on the floor, amid several broken wine bottles, and this is going to be on this far side over here. That is where you're going.
I can no longer see anything if you're pointing out things that I'm supposed to be able to see.
Get back over there.
There we go.
Right over here on that far side, that is where you're going to see some kind of like you're able to see just a little bit, kind of like the charred remains of a foot, along with most of it being an incinerated skeleton, and a round frost-colored object about 6 inches in diameter. Now this object, you kind of like key right into it. The biggest thing is that there seems to be this like radiation of frost coming around it. The object itself looks almost encased in ice, not really like full ice, but like when you see something that's like has a little bit of like moisture on it that just freezes up all around it. And then the floor itself has some frost on it, even the skeleton, and it slowly gets a bit less and less, and turning into snow and more friendly versions of cold weather away from that area. And so, Rosemary, you would like to continue on, kind of hop over that little gap right there and try to make your way towards the door?
Yeah.
All right. So you hop over there, no problem at all. It's a fairly short little jaunt, and you immediately feel the walkway underneath you kind of just sway a little bit.
It turned into a spider.
It is. Okay, fuck. All right, so you turn into a spider right as the weight of Rosemary has already started to begin and send this walkway forward into the gorge. Now, the way it is, this section of the walkway is still secure, but the one that you're standing on kind of like dropped down a moment and it started to lean forward, kind of going with it. It kind of like broke on the stilt, and that stilt is now leaning forward. So now you are a spider. I'm going to give you advantage on this next dexterity check as you try to jump away, and let me know where you're jumping. But I'm going to need you to
re-look up the giant wolf spider stats.
Yeah, as well as the weight.
Let me see.
I'll look up the weight for you. You just look at the stats. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. A dexterity saving throw with that, it's a +3. So 1 second. Dexterity is +3. Wait, does that have proficiency index? Let me see.
I'm not aware.
I don't know. Perception and stealth. I don't think it gets like proficiency in saving throws.
Unless it states it on its thing, it does not.
Yeah, I don't see it. So it probably doesn't. So
All right.
wait, no, I have advantage, you said.
Yes.
Yes?
You do have advantage because you are you're a lot more adept at just like walking off into the wall. But at the same time, you're still
Okay.
kind of like
A 16 is much better than a 6.
You're good. Now you're able to kind of walk up. Now you find yourself you're in the same spot, but you're on the wall there, as this thing just collapses and goes plummeting into the gorge below.
I turn back to my friends over here and I give an apologetic chitter.
And now from this section, you can easily kind of make your way along the wall into the door if you wish.
Yeah, I'll do that.
All right, so you make your way into the wall. You avoid the rest of the structure, and you've now made your way into the door. Now, Levi and Bitte, what are y'all doing as you just see Rosemary almost go plummeting into the gorge, but saves herself by turning into a spider? And Andre, all you heard was just a lot of crash and it was just like wood tumbling down rocks.
And it was just
Doesn't really even phase me.
This section still intact.
So it is, and I'll draw with a blue line here.
Like this bit, right?
This bit right here is no longer there, and that is the part that failed. So now it is a larger gap between where the safe section of the walkway is and where the seemingly safe section of the walkway in front of the door is.
But there is also the door into the workshop and the window here, potentially.
This is true.
For our two burly men to get through.
Yeah, Beta doesn't like his chances for the structural integrity of this following him jumping on it. So he is instead going to try the door to the workshop, which I believe was locked. Did you say? Or did no one try it?
Nobody tried it.
Beta will knock and then try and open it.
All right. It just pushes right open.
He will enter cautiously.
You find that the workshop is isolated from the rest of the building. There is no door out of this workshop into the other buildings, into the other section of the building. Now there's the wall. There's the squirrel bookshelf there. There's a wall you can attempt to break down. However, we've already stated that you can also roll something to break out the window on the safe section of the walkway.
Yeah,
kind of crawl through there.
Yeah, he'll pull out one of his hand axes and he'll call out to Rosemary as the spider and say, "Did you receive any kind of response from anyone trying to get in?"
I am currently a spider. Don't think I can talk, but probably once I'm inside, does it seem sturdier?
So
1 tippy tap for yes, 2 tippy taps for no.
So we didn't really decide on the weight of a spider. However, from what I can tell online, it is large. It has the strength to carry 180 pounds, and somebody else states that because it is big, it should weigh 500 pounds. I don't know if that's right. Is basically somebody did the math of
That's a question because spiders are like oddly light for their.
Yeah.
What is the density of a spider?
Like they can walk on a web. I feel like a web would not carry 500 pounds.
It's true. So the original spider is 5.3 ounces, and it has to go up to at 12 inches. Okay. Since it's going to 10. See, now this one says is the wolf spider a large creature? The giant spider. Because that would make
It's a medium beast.
medium beast. Let's just go with like 250.
Okay, so if I may
Go on.
be a monster here, I looked up the density of spider.
Yeah.
And your average human is about 1 cubic meter worth of material. That's a cubic centimeter. Turn that to cubic meters would be multiplying it by 100, right?
I believe so. So
I mean, according to this, a human-sized spider would only a spider of equal volume to a human would only weigh 110 grams.
That can't be right.
that's not. That seems.
No, it cannot. I
Okay,
know.
fine. Let's go with 125 pounds. Because she's not
That
a
works.
giant spider. She's a giant.
Oh,
wolf
that's the
spider.
density of spider silk.
Oh,
God
okay.
damn it. That
I was
makes
gonna
sense.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I think there's spiders that weigh 120 grams.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Like normal
right.
ass spiders, but it's a medium creature. Am I a large creature as a half orc? No, I'm medium.
no, you're still a medium, although you're a larger medium, but you're still a medium. Okay, so you're at
Yeah.
125 pounds as a giant wolf spider. You're
Okay.
smaller. You're about the size of a dog, if not a little bit less. You're not. Although it does say giant, you are still in the smaller scale of medium creatures.
Yeah.
But even though medium is a very large, section of that. Okay, so Levi, Bitte has made his way in through the wooden window by just cracking it down. You just kind of chopped at it, Bitte, until you were able to push it open enough. Levi, what are you doing?
I think Levi would call out to Beta, and he would say, "Beta, is my help needed?"
Breaking in the window? No, I'm doing a decent job of it.
We
I
also
mean-
can probably see the dead body now, right?
Yes.
I meant to say that.
smell.
Yeah, I meant to say that I would communicate that there was a dead body in here, but I kind of forgot between all of the turning into a spider and falling and all that shit.
Yeah. Oh, and Beta can talk to spider.
Oh, nice.
What?
Because
Yeah,
he probably has speech of the woods or something like that. He
Yeah.
has
I'll
something.
post it again. Is it under the Natural Explorer?
He's got cool shit. He can talk to animals too.
Just having a full-on conversation between these two, and everyone else is just like, "What the
I
fuck?"
think it's under Primeval Awareness.
That sounds right.
Yeah, innate ability to communicate with beasts.
There you go. So,
Yeah.
so yeah.
Through
So Jerry's like,
gestures
oh
and
yeah,
shit.
there's he's very dead. The squirrels are right. He go boom.
Yeah. So Levi, if you're not needed, where are you going to stick outside and stay watch, or?
Yeah, I think Levi's thinking maybe keep watch over the sleds and the animals and stuff, and just make sure that nothing catches us off guard.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll say you are holding an action perpetually to, should something come up and kind of attack, you're ready to respond.
Yeah.
Del Nadre, you're able to
There is supposed to be some sort of homunculus.
quite easily open this door, and you kind of make your way back into the main room. So just to reread the description of the main room that you guys are in right now. The wall, everything in here is scorched black, including the table with the charred remains of a book on it. Next to the table on the floor, amid several broken wine bottles, is a mostly incinerated skeleton and a round frost-colored object. And I will draw that now in a very bright green little circle right underneath Bitte, off to the side, almost as if it was being held in the hands of the skeleton. This thing is very iced over.
Sorry, which thing?
Are
is
y'all there?
rest with it?
The little, the round frost-covered object that is right there on the bottom.
All right. If
Oh.
also if Bitte can walk in here, I think I'm gonna turn back into Rosemary just for the sake of having hands.
Oh God. Okay, so you walk
Wait,
forward.
should I not?
You walk forward, Rosemary, and then now that you've seen Bitte walk around, you turn back into a human, and the floor underneath you just creaks
Jesus Christ!
and falls right there. You are 1 square away, woman. 1 square away. So I'm gonna
my
need you
God.
I'm gonna need you to make another dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh, God. Not an advantage this time, I assume.
Not with advantage because you were not turning into it. Oh my
Fuck.
God. Oh my
I mean, I do have one more wild shape. Could I turn back into a spider? Just fucking blow both of my wild shapes.
Oh goodness. No, I mean you can, but it.
I mean,
wouldn't-
it probably takes an action to.
Okay, so let's go with this. You are falling. Okay, the floor gives out underneath you, and you find yourself plummeting into the gorge. This is you were right over the section that was hanging over the gorge. All right. When you were on your spider, you weren't a problem. You walked forward. You were light enough. But the second you turned back into Rosemary and all those extra pounds came back on you, it just gave out and you just dropped straight down. Like one moment there was a spider, the next moment there was a Rosemary, the next moment there was a hole in the ground, and Rosemary's plummeting down. So you can wild shape on your way down. But
yeah,
it's
I
not-
will wild shape into something with wings. Probably a hawk, an owl.
I don't believe you have anything that has flight. I think we had already.
Oh wait, shit.
So your best option now is to look through and see.
It doesn't have a flying speed. Shit.
Yeah, your best option, unless you have it, hopefully turn this up with the most health, because you know you're about to hit the ground and it's going to be hard.
Oh god, at 120 feet? That
you
could like murder me.
If you turn into a light enough animal, light animals, like a frog, like there's a species of little frog. The lighter you are, the less damage you take from falling, because you just don't have enough mass to cause damage to yourself. Mind you, that is probably not something that she knows unless she fell out of a lot of trees as a kid.
What about if I can turn into a flying squirrel? And I have a glide speed and not a flying speed.
Does a flying squirrel have a glide speed, or does it have a fly speed?
It has a flying squirrels use the same statistics as regular squirrels, but they have a glide speed of 30 feet. They can glide of 2 feet horizontally for every 1 foot vertically.
I guess the second question is would you have ever encountered a gliding squirrel?
Maybe. Are there flying squirrels in the druid compound that I grew up in? In Kalishtar or wherever it was?
They're definitely squirrels.
Kaldahar?
But I think, I mean, speaking in American world terms here, I'm fairly certain flying squirrels are something of like the jungle. And even though Kalishtar or Kuldahar is a nice little oasis, it wouldn't be a jungle. But, and I think we already established that you did not travel a lot when you were a kid.
Hey, Corey,
Yes.
would Levi be able to see any of this?
You definitely are going to see her drop out of the floor, yeah.
How quickly can he get from where he is to the edge of the gorge?
Not quick enough.
I'm trying to
'Cause-
trying to see what the range I'm googling flying squirrels to
Yeah.
see where they
even
live.
even if Levi jumped off, you're trudging through like snowdrifts underneath. That's already going to make you go a bit slower. And as you get closer and closer underneath the cabin itself, we've already established that the snowdrifts are higher and higher. So it really would be. It's not going to be something. This is going to be a make or break moment for Rosemary herself here.
Wait, squirrels have a non-lethal terminal velocity. Regular ass squirrels have a non-lethal, and I literally just saw a family of squirrels.
Okay. All right.
Cats also work.
Yeah. Okay. Now the problem here is that you're not just going to drop directly into the gorge. You're also going to tumble along those rocks a little bit. But I will give you a second save after you hit the ground the first time to see if you can stop yourself. Otherwise, even a squirrel, it's going to hurt. So do you choose and go into a squirrel? Because you got to remember though, that's your
That's
reservoir
my like
of your
HP buffer.
yeah. That's your
And
reservoir.
it's only 1 HP.
So you better bet your ass that you're gonna do good on that dexterity save,
God.
and it's gonna be tough. I'm telling you now.
Rosemary's just gonna die in a fucking gorge.
Yeah,
Let's
there's
see.
a possibility here.
Corey, what if Levi just sprinted along the board, like along the walkway, and then just dove straight off the walkway as soon as he heard the floor start splintering under her? Because he can see her through the window here.
Yeah, you can see her. You'd see her drive. Okay, and there's no thing here, so you could dive there. Is Levi willing to kill himself? And you're dropping 120 feet into a gorge to catch her, unless you have some ability.
I know what
to
I'm
fly.
doing.
Okay.
I know what I'm doing.
Roll me athletics. You better get a fucking good ass roll. And even that's just gonna cover your ability to reach her.
Okay.
You were
So
prepared.
I have yet to really move my token or anything, but
Yes.
obviously you opened the door for me. Can I be like, am I in the hallway? Am I seeing any of this?
Yeah, you would have
Your
probably
voice
been.
is a little robotic again.
Yeah, your voice is back to robotics. But you would have been, if not there, definitely over here. Not on the side of where Rosemary was, but you would have been in that main room. Because as you would have heard Bitte and them, like, in the room itself, probably Bitte muttering, like, oh shit, look at this guy. Burnt to a crisp. Yeah. Alright, Ben, I really don't want Rosemary to die here. You make it over here, and you dive. Now, Rosemary, what form are you taking as you fall?
As Levi dives, he screams to Rosemary, "I've got you!
He screams what?
I've got you!"
Okay, she's gonna wait, and like if he could reach her, and then if bad shit starts happening, I feel like she's gonna turn into a giant toad and at least help cushion his fall.
All right, Levi, you dove from the walkway underneath. You're kind of, if we can imagine, you're midway through here, diving out. Rosemary's dropping. She sees you. You see her. You're over the edge of the gorge already, falling into it. Here comes the last check. What check do you think is a fair check to see if you can grab her? Dexterity saving throw? Just a dexterity saving? Just a dex throw?
Like to like grab her hand
Yeah.
or her like under like her midsection or anything. I just need to grab a hold of her.
Yeah, just to grab a hold of her. Acrobatics, maybe?
Maybe I'm like, if we're both diving in the same direction, could we like do something together
She is
to like grab a hold of
Yeah,
each
like
other?
could I reach out to him and like try to help?
No, he has to get to you. I mean, you can reach out to him, but he still has to get to your square. This is a
Okay.
you have fallen and you failed your ability to catch yourself, so you're just going straight down to the gorge. It is all up
Could
to Levi.
I thorn whip to bring him close to me?
Yeah.
And like do
I'll
a
say-
spell attack
now-
on the way down.
Okay. Now that's gonna be your action on the way down. Okay. So if you thorn whip, you may not get the ability to shapeshift.
Okay. I feel like Rosemary thinks that he wouldn't have jumped if he didn't have a plan. So she's hoping that he has a plan, and I'm gonna try to thorn whip to bring him close.
All right. Thorn whip gives you the ability to pull something closer to you, right?
Yeah, if the
Okay.
creature is larger or smaller, you pull the creature up to 10 feet closer to you.
All right. You thorn whip out and you pull him. You guys are, that last little bit that he needed. So that's going to help you, Levi. You and Rosemary are now wrapped up free falling down, and now is your split second decision, Levi. What are you doing?
Like, I hope you have a plan.
Levi closes his eyes and he concentrates for a moment and he unleashes his radiant soul.
Nice.
And so for
Hey,
1
wait,
minute he
how-
glows with golden light and he grows 2 wings
Holy
and
shit!
he sets off and he now has a fly speed of 30 feet and he carries them safely back up to the top of the gorge and he lands I'm gonna say he lands right out here with Rosemary in his arms.
Oh my
What
god!
the
Hey,
Bro's been an Asimar this whole goddamn time.
I thought you were a human,
it.
sir. There definitely haven't been a lot of like questioning, like, "Hey, how do you have dark vision as a human?"
I've
We
had some
thought
questions,
it
but
was the
Rosemary's
Sasha's
already
lineage.
And the second they land, he drops it and he says nothing about it.
Rosemary just kind of blinks at him, and she's like, "Is that why you booped me a couple times and you good?"
Levi just smiles a little bit and he just gives her a wink and then he goes back off to pet the dogs.
Did
that's so
did
much
anyone
cooler.
else see that?
I don't know if anybody else saw it.
Now, well, Levi.
Probably not. I mean, he just jumped from under the house, right?
Right. So, Levi, when you use your radiant soul, you glow, right?
Yeah, so I unleash divine energy and my eyes glow gold and the wings that I have glow gold.
So, from Bitte and Del Nadre's perspective, all y'all saw was just this glowing light kind of appear from the whole of Rosemary, and then you just kind of hear like them kind of talking out on the outside from where Levi was. You saw Levi dive under, and then all of a sudden they're back to where they were. So Bitte, Del Nadre,
No chance to have rushed over to the hole. Like, I mean, as soon as Rosemary starts falling, I feel like I
Yeah.
probably would have just...
Go place yourself where you'd like to be.
I'm just gonna go with, like, here. I don't remember exactly where the hole was.
Watch yourself place yourself like right there. This is the hole right there.
Okay.
Make it a black.
I'm just gonna go, like...
Like,
Yeah.
also after
I'm gonna rush, like, here-ish.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to catch like, while not the whole glimpse of like him, you're able to catch the glimpse of like golden wings, and you see the flaps. And where you are from that window, and I guess Bitte, well, you're a bit further back. Del Nadre, from that window, you would have seen him and Rosemary come back from the edge, and you would have had a full view of that.
See, that's way cooler. I was just gonna try to do, like, the same thing, except for a mage hand if she was a squirrel.
Which also would have been really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like catch the squirrel.
But that also would have been really bad, had that happened. So yeah, so Rosemary, bit of a close call there. Del Nadre,
Just a bit.
Bitte, go on.
Rosemary, after she and Levi have like that like moment, and then he walks away, she's just gonna be like, "I'm alive. I'm also gonna stay out here. Have fun."
Levi grabs like a little cracker or something of substance from the provisions that they have on the sled and brings it over to her, as well as some water, and he's like, "Have a little bit of food and a drink. I know it's a bit harrowing to have a close call like that."
Just a bit. You mind if I hang out with you for a bit?
Absolutely not. Feel free to take all the time you need. Settle into the little snowbank there, and we'll let them explore the house. How about that?
Yeah, that's cool. I'll just like plop in the snowbank and like nibble on my cracker.
All right, Del Nadre, Bitte, what are y'all doing?
I'm going
Pika
to...
is just staring. pleased with that.
So, Bitte, you're staring at the hole or at the skeleton and the frost-covered object?
At her falling through the floor and Levi jumping after her and everything, and he's just stunned. He's just like, and then when he hears Rosemary again, he's gonna freak out just a little. He's just so confused and concerned.
And Del Nadre?
I'm going to let him have his moment because I don't really know how to handle that. And I'm going to attempt to work my way around to this door up here. And I'm going to, like, actively be investigating the ground as if I'm, like, checking for traps to make sure
All right.
the flooring is, like, solid.
Bitte, do you want to assist with that as you guys investigate the room just so you can identify where the weak floor is?
Yeah, once he's calmed down a little, he'll pull out a javelin. He'll start tapping around. And
all right. So I'm not going to make you guys roll here, but after just a brief little time of like stepping around and figuring out which places creak, you're able to outline this little section as the weak floor. And you can see
that's really conveniently you drew that so fast.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, it was definitely something I pulled out of my ass last minute, not something that was written in, and that Rosemary just happened to find the very edge of it. Oh, Rosemary. Oh, Rosemary. So close.
How was I supposed to know?
I don't know how many times I had talked about the rickety nature of this structure in the section of the building that is leaning over the gorge. Have you guys not?
The gorge edge was like over here.
Have y'all not
It
watched?
looks like it's here.
What was it? Have you not watched? A series of unfortunate events when this happened. They had the building on the edge of things. So yeah, you walk over to that other door. You're able to easily open it up, and inside. Sorry, needs to be dynamic lighting. Doop. Inside we find a small little room. Alright. Inside this room, the scent of wine fills this room, which contains 4 frost-covered barrels. The side of these barrels have the marking of a vineyard that Del Nadre, you are well aware of, in the Desserin Valley. I have no idea what the Desserin Valley is in Faerun, but it is a well-known wine vintner, and it is hundreds of miles to the south, and he has 4 frozen barrels of wine.
All right, I'm just gonna say preemptively, we're gonna take this shit with us.
Absolutely.
So now one of the barrels, this one right over here, the lid is like half cracked open. And as you approach and you kind of are investigating all of this, you do notice that the barrel lid just slips more securely onto the barrel.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna slide back and try and kind of Bite. Make some hand motions. Try and pass a sign over that. All right. Surround this barrel.
Bita pulls out a dart.
And then I'm gonna pull out my crowbar and wedge off the lid.
You open it up and it reveals what you had seen
Bita
before.
screams over the top of it. Ah!
It reveals what you had seen before, just seen like a little bit edge of it. It is frozen solid with wine. Opening up, there's no small critters. There's absolutely nothing at the top of this wine barrel. There was also no wind in the room at the time whenever the wine barrel slid closed.
I'm gonna, I'm just gonna say preemptively, we're gonna take this shit with us. Do I hear
He just
anything?
slowly pokes the frozen wine with the tip of his dart.
You do not hear anything, and nothing happens whenever you tip the, whenever you poke at it. It is
And it
rather
like
frozen shut.
touches. Okay.
I swear it moved. It was.
Beta kind of looks around them. Does he see or sense any creatures or presences?
You look around, you feel out with your senses, and your attuneness and kind of sensitivity for planar energies, you feel this pervasive sort of magic on this ridge, like a border realm or a border plane, maybe close.
Shit's haunted.
Something is off here, certainly. The walls of reality are not quite where they should be.
Yeah, and you felt, planar energy before, but this is not something you can easily identify unless you had a bit more magical means, or you, I guess, spent some more time with. Maybe you have some class features besides the detect portal.
Not really.
Okay. Well, your detect portal is helping you detect the senses of here, but since there's not an actual portal or anything, you kind of just feel that it's off.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing else in that room besides 4 barrels of frozen wine.
I don't really have a specific feature for this or anything, but can I try to reach out with my Kalishtar senses? Do I just kind of can I sense anything hinky about the area?
When you try to reach out, you remind me now. I know that Rosemary's took the amulet from you, correct? And that's still not in your possession, or did it make its way back to your possession?
They never let me have that back.
Yeah. So any kind of trying to sense anything magic, through your Kalishtar means, it's just drawing you straight to the necklace. You kind of wander out. You're like, "Ooh, I found something," and you just walk right over to Rosemary. You're like, "Oh shit."
I see.
So in terms of maybe you walk over to the window and you just I feel it's right in Rosemary pack. Oh, okay. So at this time,
So anything else I could try to pick up is just completely overpowered by.
Yeah, there's
the amulet.
Yeah. Maybe you would have been able to, but at this time, that nature is just trying to reconnect you with your amulet, which your party does not want you to have. All right, so let me give you guys what it looked like. What if this? Let me show you a handout here.
All right. Well, I'm gonna head out, and I haven't really looked at the body at all yet, so I'm gonna head over there.
Yeah, Beta will check that out as
More
well.
specifically, this mysterious frozen item.
Yes. There it is.
Careful not to
Show
touch
the
it outright.
All right. So you guys can see here. That is what it looks like. Now, it is currently kind of encased in some ice, but you're able to there's definitely a little section of just the cold metal sticking out enough that even with the ice you could easily grab it and kind of unlodge it from the floor. It looks to be two rings of metal surrounding a piece of coal.
Does it potentially look like the explosion in the room could have been centered on this object?
The explosion in the room looks like it was centered on the table. This object, although it doesn't have any scarring, the explosion doesn't seem to be centered around where it is currently right now.
Is there any dent on like door, like maybe it exploded and got knocked into the wall and ended up here?
Roll me some investigation.
Okay.
You can't quite tell.
Dang.
There doesn't look like to be any areas in the wall that look like they were scuffed, but at the same time, the frost that has covered, that seemingly is like emanating from this item, is interfering with your ability to investigate there.
You say emanating. Does the object appear to be creating cold, or?
No, more that, oddly enough, wherever it is the coldest point in the room.
Interesting.
It's kind of like a pillar that's going up. You can feel the cold above it as you get away from it. But as far as you can tell, based on your observations on the ground, it doesn't look like it is the source of the cold. And this has been something you guys have experienced as you got closer and closer to the cabin, that the weather is harsher here. The blizzard is different here. You exited a blizzard and went in here, and the weather seemed worse than when you were in the blizzard. Save for, visibility and being able to communicate and see things.
Alright. I'm going to set the thing on the table, picking it up with my mage hand. And try to see if I can, sweep away any of the ice on it. I don't know, I'm hesitant to, try to chisel anything off of it.
So your mage hand...
Is it windy in here, or is it just really, really cold?
It is windy, but the wind, from where the cold is, it's not coming from the wind. It's coming from this spot, wherever this thing is. Now, your mage hand can exert 5 pounds of force.
Probably. Let me double check.
Or is it 10 pounds? Unless it's really more, it's
10. They can carry 10 pounds.
The ice itself it's
heavier than that.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing is 6 inches in diameter, so it's not too small, and it is a hefty piece of coal and a big line.
Okay. Rather than that, okay, then I'll just kind of use the mage hand to see if I can clear any of the ice off and try and get a better look at these metal bands.
Yeah.
Because from the picture I can see there's runes or something on it.
Yeah. Are you proficient in Arcana?
I am.
You can roll Arcana.
Newly proficient in Arcana.
You can roll that to see if you can identify, what the runes kind of help out with.
And I can't roll.
You can't.
I really want to just get my familiar to help me through all these, but it just feels cheesy, so I'm not.
Temperature in Temple currently is 43 degrees.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you, Temple.
Oh yeah, good to know.
Thank you, Alexa, for helping us out with the temperature in Temple.
Yeah, very.
She heard you say freezing too many times. She was like, "It's not freezing. It's 43 degrees. Get it right."
Yeah. Perhaps this person is supposed to be a workshop. You're aware that Macretus was doing research. Perhaps there's more information you can find around. There was the charred book that's on the table. There is still one last building a door you haven't gone through. Might be able to find some things there. At the same time,
you said there were blacksmith tools in the workshop?
There were smithing tools and tinker's tools in the first room that you guys passed by. Yes, the workshop.
Okay. Beetles say, if we need to physically remove the ice, we can just pop it on the anvil and start banging away.
I am okay with that.
Magical devices are typically resistant to such measures.
Sure, I don't think we'll break it. I just don't want it to break us. It's in case something sets it off and launch another explosion, but feel free to, have at it.
How about do we have any kind of, I don't really have a very secure party satchel. Most of my stuff is just flats and ties. as we don't have like a sealed box we could put it in to try and mitigate some of these effects.
I mean, it doesn't really look like it's super dangerous, just kind of cold.
It's also windy.
It is
All right,
also-
I'm gonna step over the object and check out the last room.
All right. You're able to open the door quite easily, revealing the last room of the Black Cabin. This room contains a fireplace and 2 empty bookcases. Tacked to the walls and strewn across the floor are frost-covered blueprints. Face down on the floor next to one of the blueprints is a tiny man made of clay. This is the homunculus that Copperhead referenced, now turned back into its original form after the death of its master.
All right, gonna start checking out the blueprints.
Yeah.
Vito will search the homunculus's body. Oh, and also the gnome's body.
There is nothing on the homunculus's body, and there is
Phone book update failed.
There are no items that are not so badly charred that they are unusable left on the gnome's body. Let's see. Oh,
Cool.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. If you sift through the ashes, you do find an amulet that looks to be in the form or the symbol of Lathander, which is just a big star. It is notably different than the star that you saw in the House of the Morning Lord, and it does not appear to be damaged at all. And it is a pendant and chain made of gold, and the pendant is the symbol of 2 hands cupping the sun.
Vito will say, interesting. His holy symbol did not appear affected by the flames. That did this. Maybe some kind of protective magics. And Vito will put the holy symbol on, or he'll try to. He probably can't get it over the horns, so he'll probably just loop it over one of the horns a couple of times so it won't fall off, and it's just dangling next to him.
Yeah.
The best he can do.
All right. Yeah, no problem there. You do. I mean, you're well aware that it is magical there. Now, Delnadre, you're able to, as you walk through the library, gather up a number of blueprints that, if you were to attempt your Arcana check again, would give you advantage now. You've kind of gathered enough that you could probably help identify, oh, this symbol is here, and this symbol is there, and yada, yada, yada.
20. Thank yous for advantage.
Yes, so you ascertain that the device was designed to control the weather. You have the first ring seems to be able to generate power. The second ring is there to control the weather.
All right. Well, that's kind of cool. Seems like it might have gotten stuck on cold right now, which is not great. Also, it might be capable of exploding? Maybe that control ring's not quite up to snuff.
That sounds accurate.
Alright, well, I think we should be careful with this thing. I think we should take these blueprints to give to Copper, and we should definitely take that wine. That's valuable wine.
It is absolutely valuable wine.
Yeah.
We should absolutely take it. Do we take this back to Copper?
What, the wine?
No, what you call it? We see rings.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah, it feels like a cantankerous, random middle management religious type is maybe not the best person to hand off a potentially very deadly and climate-altering MacGuffin.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely not. I was just going to say we could probably give him back the blueprints since, this is his friend. But as far as this thing, as far as I'm concerned, we didn't find this thing. If you catch
Agreed.
my meaning.
Agreed. We might need to figure out how to take certain precautions and experiment to see if it does indeed have some kind of following by Ori to try and attack it with winter. Because if not, we could bring it back to Goodmaid and set it up and have it be, nice little environmental hotspot. But if it does bring the ire of the Frostmaiden, then perhaps that is not a fortuitous choice. Just thinking out loud.
I'm also gonna agree with all of that, but also I'm just gonna say we're gonna take the set of Tinker's tools and Smith's tools as well.
Okay.
Because that's money.
There is still one other room that you guys have not looked into, which is down here. There's that other door across the way. So if you'd like to investigate that before we finish up here, opening up that door, you're able to determine that this is
bedroom.
A wooden planks have been nailed over the broken window of this room to hold out the wind. Furnishings include a saggy double bed and a bookcase containing some folded clothes, a few blank sheets of parchment, a set of calligrapher's supplies. And next to the bookcase is a soot-stained hearth wherein a scroll lies amid the ashes.
Ooh, what's the scroll? What is the scroll,
you say? The scroll is... Let me find this handout here. Wherever it is. There we go. Show to the players. Da-da-da. Look at that terrible handwriting. Alright, so. Macretus. I've had enough of this damned, relentless cold. I feel it creep into my bones, my head, my heart. I'm heading back to 10 Towns for a decent meal and a warm bed. I fear this endless winter has numbed your mind, and any tinkerer worth their chains can see the summer star as a fool's errand. Maybe without me here to incessantly complain to, you'll finally snap out of your obsession. If you truly insist on dedicating your remaining days to this doomed project, might I suggest that 3 is better than 2? I considered telling you before, but you were particularly rude about the dinner I made last night. May the light of the morning Lord protect you. Copper.
Does he mean 3 is better than 2?
Rings, maybe.
Perhaps.
I'm gonna do a quick check through that burned book. Are there any pages that aren't just completely scorched in it?
Unfortunately, no. The only thing you're able to make out from the edge, from the spine of the book is Ether. And it is not the edge of it, so it's near the bottom of it. There seems to be a few words missing after it, or a few letters missing after it, and a few words before it that are missed.
So there's something before Ether, there's something potentially after it, or?
Yes.
It's not the full word.
Yeah, very little after it. A few words before it, a few letters after it.
Something ethereal.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not there, but
that's what I'm thinking as well. I'm gonna go ahead and pocket that.
Okay. Yeah, outside of that and the summer star on the floor, you guys have pretty much found everything. Now, when you went back to the workshop to determine and grab all those, grabbing what you're going to grab, you would notice that there is enough materials there to craft a 3rd ring, should that be something you wish to do.
Oh yeah, man, we're not trained in that like at all, but let's go for it.
Yeah, no, you
Hey
have to.
Bite, you know you're kind of
You'd have to restart.
crafty.
You'd have to restart a fire in the hearth. You'd have to figure some way out to get it really heated and melt down some of the metal to make a nice ring. But outside of that, once you got that part figured out, it would just take time to get all the runes inscribed. You think with your knowledge from the blueprints that you found, it would take you maybe a half day to complete it. Well, to do the inscriptions. Probably, if you could get the heat fairly quickly, you could definitely get that done in a half day. Everything.
Can Beta figure out how to get the object itself out of the ice?
You would just honestly just
because I'm wondering if he could use that essentially as the
it's
heat for the forge.
It itself is not so encased in ice that you wouldn't be able to just pick it up. It's mostly just Del Nadre's mage hand wasn't able to pick it up. But you could just
I'm saying can I chip away enough ice that I can turn the rings?
Oh yeah, 100%. You could chip away all the ice to let it just free fall on the floor.
Yeah, he'll pitch the idea of chipping away enough ice to turn one of the rings, and then get it, uncomfortably hot so they can use it as the heat source for the forge.
I personally don't think that's a great idea. I think the issue here is there's not enough containment for the energy of this thing. And attempting to use it to create heat would probably just create another explosion.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's operate under those auspices, and we can hold on to the blueprints and notes for the thing. And if we fail to accomplish it here today, we can take it to a proper smith and try it out.
Let's regroup with. We're going to regroup with Levi and Rosemary and kind of share our findings.
So where is the Summer Star? Still on the floor there, chipped out of ice? Did y'all try to safely pick it up with some javelins or something, or are you leaving it behind?
Beta
see if we can
has
relocate
just a bunch
it to the
of
workroom.
Yeah, Beta has burlap sacks. We can stick it in the burlap sack.
All right. So yeah, just describe to me how you're picking it up, and Del Nadre, are you going to be assisting him with this at all?
I'll hold the bag.
All right. So, Bitte, what do you use to pick it up?
Sorry, were you asking me?
Yes.
Beta is gonna pick it up like a dog poop bag. Gonna turn the bag inside out, and then stick it over his hand, and then push the bag over and around the thing.
All right. Okay, and Del Nadre, you're there. Bitte, you're there. So Bitte, you pick it up. You reach in and you kind of grab the Summer Star, and you unfurl the burlap sack. You pick it up and you hear, and it just almost as if in an instant, the burlap sack itself just you begin to feel this red hot. It's not like fire. It's just like holy fire. If you ever have Bitte or Del Nadre have ever been in any instance where you've been on the wrong end of a cleric, it's going to feel very similar to that. So I'm going to need a Constitution saving throw from Bitte and Del Nadre, as a 10-foot sphere of light just begins to open up and envelop outside of 10-foot radius sphere of light. So that should be.
I'm gonna once again ask, can Levi hear this?
Yeah, but it's really gonna be like you see it. There's no opportunity even for the people there to avoid it. This is gonna be a can you survive it moment there.
I'll need to roll that for me.
Oh yes.
Actually, hang on. I have a thing to roll.
I have a thing to roll for it.
All right. So 12. And what do you get? Bitte.
+2 for a 16.
16. All right. Unfortunately, neither of you guys save or make the save.
Shit.
As this summer star just starts to generate the power that Del Nardre had hinted at earlier, that it had no way to control the power it's generating. It generates power, it controls weather, but it has no way to stop or kind of incorporate itself. And so I'm going to roll.
To be clear, at this initial point, we haven't chipped it out of ice yet. It's still, in theory, a solid block of ice just detached from the floor.
True, but you did pick it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Even as you reach down, it is kind of like the moment you touch it. Even if it's not touching it by your hands, it's magical. It senses you. It's ready.
Okay.
At risk of trying to beg the DM, there's no shot I could have jumped away from this thing as soon as it started giving any kind of indication. Dell's been freaking wary of this thing.
With the 12, I will let you roll another Constitution because you mentioned earlier that it has a potential of exploding. But jumping out of it, no. This is happening way too fast.
I'm right on the edge.
You do make
18.
the save though, so you only take half damage of this. So we're gonna do 10d10 plus 35. So Bitte, you're gonna take 80 radiant damage.
Yeah, I'm dead outright.
Okay, and Del Nardre?
I mean, I'm unconscious, but I'm alive.
Did it take you to 0?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, how is Del? How is Del unconscious alive?
Well, I mean, I saved, so I'm taking 40.
Oh, okay.
He still died,
Wait,
but he didn't.
What did you roll?
He didn't outright die. He rolled an 18.
Well, I mean, I'm at 0 HP,
Oh,
which is unconscious.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I thought you had said neither of us saved.
Neither of you saved originally because Del rolled a 12 the first time. Then he begged the DM to roll again.
Okay. So the DC was
17.
God damn it.
Unfortunately, Del, there is a stipulation here that any remaining damage past 0 turns you both to ash. So
oh my god!
So Bitte, you get turned to ash. Del Nardre, half of your body gets turned to ash.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I do apologize for that. Oh no, I'm sorry. I misread that.
Did half of our party just get perma-killed?
So Bitte did get instantly killed. Del Nardre.
Bitte does have on the Lathander holy symbol, if that affects anything.
Is an amulet of health, and that would have given you, I think, some temporary health.
Did Bitte also have rolled an advantage? Because I imagine they both were a little wary of this fucking exploding thing.
Bitte was way too close. Now, Bitte, your Constitution score was 19, so is now 19 while you're carrying the amulet.
I mean, that would bump my save up by 2 because my con is 14.
Okay. So then that would
make my save an 18.
Okay, so you both die. You get turned to 0. However, your bodies are still there. Let's go with that. Fair? Now, I have mentioned it before, Bitte. There was a pervasive magic here. You guys felt it off. You're not rolling any death saves here. You find Del Nardre and Bitte now find their way into the border ethereal. You are ghosts. Before we end today's session, as you guys kind of look down at your body, which is now lying on the floor, scorched black, just like Macretus's body was, What form does your spectral form take?
I mean, I imagine it's just me.
Well, to give you a bit more, you do get to choose what form you take, and we will end. And we'll say this. We'll save it to the next session for you to choose your form that you're going to take. We're going to end here on this lovely cliffhanger that you guys have given us. Bitte, I'm gonna mute you, or if you could mute yourself. Your car noises.
Yeah, I'll mute myself.
No worries there. So, you find floating right above the table this giant floating head, eyes full of fire. This thing is like, it's just arguably huge. Eyes full of fire, and it's just like looking at you, Del Nadre. It's looking at you, Bitte, and it's like, now you done it. And that's where we're going to end today's session.
Holy fuck.
So they're just dead on the floor.
Yeah, we'll figure that out next session, but I mean, I feel like Levi and Rosemary are going to sprint the fuck in there.
I mean, yeah, but like, if you're dead, I can't do anything. I don't think I have Revivify. I don't have 3rd level spells.
I mean, like, if they didn't throw death saves, then like they could be like they
Yeah,
could just
hey,
need
we're
to heal.
ghosts. I'm sure some cool ghost stuff will happen. We'll just Casper our way back to our bodies.
Yeah, that does bring up a good.
You see how well that's turned out.
Maybe a little HP. Maybe a little HP will drag their souls back. I don't know.
It's like force
That
feed
does-
you a good berry.
That does bring up a good alternate point. What the shit, Corey?
Hey,
You said they just got vaporized. I'm like, holy shit! Did like I'm glad I didn't go back the fuck in there, but like half our fucking party's in there.
Yeah, it was very misleading. It says, if the effect reduces the character to 0 points and there is damage remaining, the creature is turned to ashes. I just failed to remember, to read the next line that says, if the remaining damage equals or exceeds the maximum hit points. And I was just like, oh, okay, shit. They're gone. They're gone. Now,
Man, I really thought that Levi being an ASMR was going to be the craziest thing that happened this episode.
I personally thought that this was going to
thought-
catch. I thought you were all going to die in this episode.
Were
That
we
was-
supposed to die in this episode? Is this like a forced death sort of cutscene sort of thing?
Honestly, if
The
they
people
had,
need answers, Corey.
if you guys had left the Shining Star alone and came back to it, well, no matter what, anybody who picked up the Shining Star, regardless of how they picked it up, even if Bitte had dangled it on the end of a javelin, it was going to explode. That was unavoidable. There was no way to get around. Now, maybe Dell could have sacrificed his familiar, yeah, or an animal, yeah, but unfortunately, no. This is integral to the plot. We'll find out more next session, but it was a fun opportunity there. I will say,
Jesus.
Yeah,
we're not making Bitte and Del Nadre roll any character sheets yet.
Okay, just so you know, I'm not responsible for how I treat you between now and the next session.
Yeah. Well, I hope everyone out there that's listening enjoyed that little cliffhanger that we ended our session 16 on. I had miscorrectly labeled this as session 15 early on in the session. We will join our adventure parties hopefully in the next 2 weeks or so as we come back and see how they are going to uncover the mysteries of the Summer Star and who the fuck is that giant floating head that they encountered once they woke up from their dead bodies. In the meantime, we will also see what Levi and Rosemary were doing outside. We'll have a little bit of a moment for them to talk, as Bitte and Del Nadre did get to, explore the whole cabin while they were sitting outside. And then we will converge again and get to the bottom of this Summer Star and whatever happens here in the Black Cabin. Will we find...
Come on, Del Nadre, it'll just be a quick adventure. Get in, get out.
You didn't get out.
I'm so upset you fucked with this thing. I'm just like repeatedly like, no, this thing has exploded and killed everyone.
You wanted you are just as culpable, my friend. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby?
I don't know. It's just like,
You guys are never gonna want to pick up anything magical again.
Hey, we should probably let the session go. We should let the people say goodbye.
Yeah, yeah. Let's say goodbye here.
But I'm worried I'll have to say goodbye.
I am Corey, your dungeon master. I was joined by our full party today. Rosemary, played by
Ray.
Bitte, played by
Frickin' furious, Carson.
Del Nadre, played by
I'm Blake and I'm dead.
and Levi, played by.
I'm Ben and I'm a half angel.
We had a lot of good reveals this session. We hope that you'll tune in next time. You can find more information about our project at twitch.tv/Everybody's Mimic, where you are potentially watching us, or at our YouTube page by just searching Everybody's a Mimic. We also have a poorly updated WordPress at everybody'smimic.wordpress.com. We hope you tune in next time. Please like, follow, subscribe, do whatever you need to do. Send us money in the mail. I don't care. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye, folks.
Bye. Love you.